Very good job. Ажиотаж набрали. Какой вид говорят? Я буду смотреть, я четыре. Это работа, это хотела бы слова. И вот на Чем я вот я вошла, я не буду готова. Воду. Так, я ничего не понимаю. Хорошо, да, нет? Хорошо, да, Hai zapoznam sobie wielu kilometrów Najpierw tam ustawię, że na systemie tak będzie tam system jest ustawiony nie wiem, zaraz zainstalować stawienie na Skończę Close. But that only I'm research is anyway. I think it's my mathematics in computers. I'm not close to the Today, all that my science research at Earthing, originally to the east and west, living on the super show. They don't give flower proud enough in terrorists and all that. One world people use late life for sleeping souls. You know a lot of the emphasize ability to love and feel, because connection is our in itself. In this turning point, literature can measure thoughtful. It helps us to be awakened. It feels keeps and remind us where to be truly curious. The aim of my research is to show how Christian awareness conflicts spiritual awakening and how the further relationship connects East and West prosperity and values. The notion of my research was in a comparative study of how Belgium and Tasman life shall never analyze it in this context of spirituality. I said it's all several parts. The first one is describing life and philosophy and feeling mind and self. The second one is to explore the spiritual world of main ideas, talking about. The third one is to compare the psychological and moral people for the authors. The last one is to identify universal human values and reading plays a very important role in our life. Here, on those three main benefits of it. The first one is spiritual awakening. Literature, how I say aware, literature helps us to be awakened. It helps us reconnect with our inner self. The second one is psychological advantages. Reading improves your mind. When you read, you reduce stress and find peace in our thoughts and emotions. The last one is change and moral feeling. Books open us new perspectives, allowing reader to see life from eyes of different countries, cultures, and eras. Now let me show you general motifs and the differences between the works. In both areas, personal development goes in suffering, awareness, and responsibility. Compassion and desire to have the idea that understandable for each Eastern and Western region that allows you to consider this idea as a bridge between cultures. However, there is a difference between people. The main difference in responsible life is enlightenment, the balance between tradition and knowledge. While in our Belgium, the central themes are balance between intellect and humanity. To explore our work in greater depth, we selected three stylistic and literary devices, reminiscence, intertext, and reproduction. Let me show you examples for reproduction. Both phenomenal and physical life can be considered as a reproduction of universal idea, spiritual awakening. Characters. Both heroes are united by a desire for trust and knowledge, as well as a desire for changing their and the life of others. Both heroes symbolize spiritual awakening. However, there is a difference between heroes. The story of Charlie is tragic. It shows tragedy of happiness and tragedy of knowledge without human basis. While in personal life, we saw collective knowledge and the versatility of for finding meaning of life. Finally, let's talk about universal levels. At all time, people were united by a desire for trust and harmony with nature, world. Regardless era, culture, and traditions, people ask the same question. Who am I? Why do I like and what makes me truly human? Literature came as a universal language for finding answers. It's an artistic world that can connect opposite art worlds. It refers not to the external, but to the internal, to the soul. Also, peace and awareness are two different art worlds, but they united by one key idea, the spiritual awakening. Thus, both works remind us that the soul will awaken through wisdom and love and purposeful inner journey. The modern reader lives in an era of digital noise, where the meaning of work is blurred. Attention focused on quick and superficial information. That's why classical literature became especially important. It refers to the so literature helps us not only to read someone else's fate, it helps us to find our own paths. In conclusion, literature is not their absurd words. It's a present human embodied in history, faith, and literature. Oh, yeah. And, Slow development is a type of life shows that true awakening begins with the awakening of the sleeping soul. Through child and abide, we so learn that infinite without humanity is empty. Books remind us that compassion and wisdom unite all people beyond borders. And so, while in, there are readers and books in the world, there will always be the life of connect us into a single community. Novelty. The novelty of my research is the comparative study of our Belgium and classical life, which have never analyzed it in context of spiritual awakening. That all, regardless cultural era or tradition, people connection with one key idea, spiritual awakening and desire for trust and become better. similarities. What similarities? What kind of similarities between two uh, books? Two books. Special about and knowledge about and in most cases, personal development goes through suffering, awareness, and activity. Uh, in both cases, heroes desire for trust and desire for knowledge as well as a desire for change in their lives. Good day, teachers and students. My name is Neil Begapoda, and I'm a ninth-grade student at the Specialized Boarding School, number 4. My scientific project title is The Cognitive Impact of Gender Natural Language. To begin with, we will start scientific project introduction. First of all, the relevance of the topic. Words can change how people see the world. For instance, when we hear the word doctor, many people think of a man. However, doctors may say women. This shows that language can create gender stereotypes. Aim of the research is to explore how gender neutral language impacts human thoughts and cognitive interpretation, and to provide innovative tools that support inclusive communication. The scientific, the scientific novelty of my project is strong and bright. The scientific project creates new neutral, gender neutral, inclusive neologisms to promote equality, and these neologisms replace gender specific terms and reduce stereotypes in communication. The objectives of my research are in the field. First, to study gender and the natural words in English and their differences, to understand how gendered words affect our thinking, to create simple and clear inclusive gender natural words, to develop a website that explains and practices words. In main part, we explore how gender neutral language changes cognition and communication. Look at the main part of my project, scientific views on language. Today, language is not only a means of communication, also a tool for equality, justice, culture, and then social progress. Gender neutral or inclusive language respects all groups, genders, ethnics, and religions. In 2021, the American Psychological Association (APA) adopted inclusive language guidelines to promote environment where everyone feels valued. Inclusive language helps people feel authentic and recognized, showing equal respect for social, cultural, ethnic, and gender groups. Next, now I will show discuss. Now I will show discuss about men and women in different jobs. Let's look at the data carefully. In 2020, 91% of qualified writers were men. Only 9% were women. This shows that very few women in this field. Generally, these statistics shows that women are strongly underrepresented using gender-neutral language like firefighters instead of firemen can help reduce stereotypes and of encourage more women in this field. My analogy is for gender-neutral professions. In modern language, many professions have traditionally gender-specific terms. However, to promote equality, we can create gender-neutral forms. Here are some examples. Chairman, chairwoman, chairperson. Turaga, turayun, başa. It classifies substation. Substation replaces gender terms with neutral forms. Cameraman, camerawoman, cameraperson. Camera grata. It classifies semantic shift. Semantic shift is expands the meaning of existing words to include all genders. Anti-man, anti-woman, anti-person. Division, it classifies derivation. Derivation remove or change gender-specific surfaces, and then we add a neutral font. Bellman, bellwoman, plus assistant. Жидко сушен. It classifies functional substation. Functional substation describes the term function instead of gender. Porter, portress, porter. It classifies functional substation. Businessman, businesswoman, businessperson. Kasiyer. It classifies derivation. Wisdoman, wisdomwoman, meteorologist, meteorologist. It classifies semantic sheet. Okay, next. The power of neologisms. In 2018, the Oxford Dictionary added mix instead of mixes or mixture. In 2017, in London, people say hello everyone instead of gentlemen and ladies. In 2020, jokes and pronouns words like waiter or waiters replaced by waiter and then server. In 2021, schools and the companies use words like flight attendant, chairperson, police officer, and the firefighter, and the pilot. This helps to make language fair and equal for all genders. In conclusion, gender-neutral language plays a crucial role in modern society. It promotes equality and the respect for all people. We can change gender-specific terms, and then we make neologisms. Nowadays, inclusive language is very important in our life. Fostering that it benefits both men and women. Benim praktikалық паркында 80 сөз, интеракция диалогтік сөздер жасалған. Бұл сөздер инклюзивті қоғамның қалыптасуына өз ықпалын тигізеді. Алдарыңызда көрсеткендей, бұл сөздердің сайтында бар еді. Сонымен қатар бұл сайттың ішінде клик бар. The cognitive impact of gender-neutral language. Cognitive impact of gender-neutral language shapes our thoughts in society. Fair language, fair thoughts, just society. Оқушылар осы сайт арқылы Менің сөздерімді, өзім жасаған сөздерімді көре алады. Бұл жерде 80 сөз жасалған. Практикалық part біз теориялық бөлімді жасай отырып, практикалық part ретінде дәлелдедік. Сонымен қатар feedback бөлімінде if you have any questions about generation language or new words, please contact us via email. Every word matters in written in a fair range. Бұл сөздер яғни яғни жасау жолдарымен жасалған. Олар semantic shift, auto-correction, derivation, functional substation, and then substation. Auto-correction. Derivation. Derivation. Semantic shift. Semantic shift. Сонымен қатар саперлық гипотезасы арқылы жасалған сайт. Еще so you use the words yes, what about in Boston's heading down in Stanley, the heading to out, also heading up in Saturday in among the varieties. Yes, now the what's the history? What is the wow, people really ask this and these figures. For instance, schools and the companies use words like firefighter, police officer, in medicine. Туралы оқушыларға екінші мен сегізінші сынып аралығында оқушыларға сабақ бұл жайлы олар айтты, біз мысалы полицияны көргенде тек қана ер адамды елестетсеңіздер біз. Алайда әйел адамда осындай мамандыққа ие болмақ әр адамның өз құқығы бар. Сонымен қатар олар 72% police officerді және біз ер адам ретінде ғана қалыптастырамыз. Яғни бұл біздің ой санамыздағы стереотип деп айтуымызға болады. Ал қалай болады? Қандай жүрміз? Айлық тек қана белгісінде әйел болады. Қалай осы pilot names, pilot tool, мысалы ситарапыз яғни сөздерді оқытуын жасады. Яғни біздің сөздер оқушылардың оқушыларына әсер етеді. Осы айтылған semantic shift derivation substitution сонымен бірге what? Я считаю, что задача помогать слушать. Каждый день своей, скажем, минут, без значения, могла видимо, моя фестиваль фильм шаққандай алда шығармашылық қабілетін ғылыми ойлау қолданылған зерттеу әдістерінің тиімділігі тақырыптың ашық дәрежесі шешендік шеберлік демонстрациялық материал басқа бағыттарда Наш молодежь, наш молодежь. Familia нашего планета. Familia Sidon, familia and space in casa and universe. Still ignore views and traditions of the people. Today is a single series of difference between Kazakh and England to logic and Pakistan. There is a more logical in which there is a concept of time space and understanding. Therefore, in the course of research work, the idea by descriptions of research is very space and practice considered groups. In the main part of the concept of time and space plays an integral role in grasp of knowledge, determines its maths, geographic physics, and the basic language system. Our research on examines the role of time and space in Kazakh learning, as well as their demanding features and decisions in risk conversion. The concepts of time and space are divided into three areas related to the notion of art. The first, the physical time and space, the second, central time and space, the third, central time and space. Three divided results, we start specifications the concept of space and time. Because of the English language, just think of it's simple understanding. As explains in the English, just identify the features of national wonders of thinking in the elements of privilege related to physical time and space are determined by biology laws. In this table showcases the original privilege is considered also dimensional. In Kazakh, dimension version English every under the sun. It means the world. In Kazakh, technical arasında in English is in one stroke, which means in a short time. Physical visualization very thin and trees are always shows the concepts that have the wall and analyze coordination, solution by extensions of space and symbols of time. And it is table shows the concept of visualization very thin and space. I think the one of that in Kazakh. And in English, very space is named after a while. In Kazakh, very Bastana, in English, that means hello. In his name from the beginning of time. Jesus really teaches us full time from stage. And it always comes as a physical person, especially by the engagement, especially by involving the senses of state and sensation. Because of ocean was finally juicy, and the English text is not very scratch. While covering physiology also seem limited in relation to the real space because of the English, the vertical research is a difference and the similarity in the single patterns of information. The difference is that physiology in Kazakh is created using human body parts and in English is using crystal bodies. In Kazakh, pushing behavior and the English is functional. Kazakh and the English people use areas and information to 20 size of stance and time. Kazakh physiology cannot be spaced in Kazakh and English. The small divided population and the relation of time and space as a single elements in physiology. So what very more and trigger movement physiology related to Kazakh hotel in most languages. Kazakh Buddha arasında as a Greek as a flesh. Simplicity of physiology in terms of physical time, that time is that the Kazakh people often use their sensual time, especially by comparing the visual object and the time is the connotation of a word. However, as well as the is man. Conclusion. Third considerations which expresses the value of the language and the artistic permissions of the nation are acted especially based in Kazakh as the English linguistic. In this work, we emphasize the concept of time and space. Need to be studied by human presence in stress on linguistic. Therefore, it was necessary to put as a basic central in words linguistic realizing capacities. Basic concepts are not theory. We have completed a population study of physiology, development, and space. It will remain one of our laws of this area of science investigation. What's your law of physiology? So when I know this, what the knowledge from music, do you really use in to love? So we do not know the music for the two, but the video is perfect to the music of it. I'm so shocked. Not great, yes, but how it's not like great is great. We have finishing the music so that not memory. So there's a how to treasure our children is only the human nature of our children is Russian act. So we have to be doing this. Yes, but just the knowledge to be shown to be very interesting for them. After still, she is not any misses. We do this for the trust and their functions they're started in the novel, which is something that you can find in the puzzle for the trouble compared to the world. Because the last scenario, she's really good at most things. She's what God knows being and that could be children of all classes, particularly the Oxford, simply start to train. Second, emphasis about choose the girl. She's a puzzle for you, but very first of all, choose your position. Well, what's up for me? I'm here. I was what is here. Çünkü zorlantılar, bilgileri, ses kullanıyor, bilgileri var, şey var, çalışmalarını da ileri taşıyorlar. Evet, çok fazla böyle temel saflıklar var. Dünyanın çocuklarında mesela bu, bir konuda bulabilir, herkes bilmeyen. Misal ülkeler, hastalığı, şeyler, her ülkede, her vaktinde, şimdi böyle her ülkede, o ülke nasıl kesinlikle varlık yapacağına, devam var. Sonra, bir kere acele ettiğinde, çekirge, yani acele ediyor, hemen odaklı, Chicago, Milano e Mexico che circolano avanti. Non so, non so, non mi viene. Diciamo che è già la sono da due cose che ho visto nella mia vita. Non ho vacanza, come non ho. Non so, non so, ci va la storia. Aslında bu şöyle başlayalım. Yanlış olan çalışıyor ama yeni şeylerle takmıyorum. Сложнее разговор, связанный the communication, right? It's a new very social information exchange and personal. It serves as an element instrumentation of functions as well as the legal structure. So it's quite big reach and the social media continues to define how global organizations and elements of communication. Communication is one of the most essential. It has evolved basically from basic experience to those that are the social media platforms such as Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and X come into this public issues topic of the media. The allocation of information, opinions, image, and value. So the other ones of speech, pricing, and how the platforms affect our personal information and sets. The goal of the work is to explore the all social media and changing applications and to analyze positive benefits and recent essentials. This study will combine theoretical analysis, data surveys, and technical data and use of social media as well. The aim of the study is to explore the goals, the impact of social media on modern language university. The attributes include areas used to change business professional development, examine language styles, teaching spaces, and movement, and economic status. Or theoretical part. We provided support for teaching structures and predictive analysis. The main purpose of this session was to find out how one does use language on social media. First section, the question has easily questions and analyze the answers and this really doesn't make serious sense. The question is a fully stated feelings languages. How often do you use social media? Every day, is it the present, zero present, the present, and history. Do you use relations like where they am, people, and history? Yes, up to 60%. No, no. So sometimes 50% and no 8%. Uh, do you see progress in my when we're in constitution changing the course? Yes. So it's really 8% and no 70%. based on the perception, based on the areas of observed fears and lack of empathy among young people using teaching. In the second section, this is part consider the two planets and examining material. The phrase searching agency the process of tuning agency shows extent shows strong emotional reaction. It can be something scary, intense, real, or something very tricky or power. Writing is an press makes emotions strong. And explains like when people appear gently in the span. It can mean where, what do you need? People and people. And the sticker also means show in a long or lowering process. Um, for me, what do you mean? I can actually, I can finally see what people at my school are listening to. The job surprise, Germany, and uh, overall, Gen language features is abbreviations, maybe people, expected energies, all classical entities, and short emotional elements there. Third section, in this section, we can see the survey among three students, uh, and these their responses. Um, Got into the results, turning the results, we count the majority the majority of people. If you need to talk about that. The results were as follows: teacher system, Instagram files, YouTube page, and consultant. Conclusion. Conclusion, social media has transformed learning education, making it faster and more informal through emojis, memes, and relations. And then the knowledge is a quick expression box, also increases video. Uh, well tools like audio plasmid and voice charts, simplified communication, simplified communication, they may reduce visual risk. Despite challenges, social networks enable coordination, creativity, and authenticity. Uh, to use them as a team, socially must balance online and offline life and to learn critical thinking, digital skills, and ethical behavior. We use the varieties of social this languages. Let's just awesome languages. Living fluently using social media. Learning we use media in learning, creativity, and listening. We usually use or YouTube channel. YouTube, I watch also I usually watch videos and podcasts. YouTube that development behaviors was and he does it again. And why they are speaking. This is for future generation. For example, voting system, is it used for music? They may reduce digital literacy. Digital literacy may reduce. Simplify economic development. Because we are media, since a lot of it, she has no new credits. Coach William starts as a very uses uses the like ability to also kind of this some like there I don't know slave and это revelation stuff просто что означает что ты преуспел в чем-то так, что это вот именно и алгоритм я не знаю I don't know говоря вот именно что делаешь что Sharing was moving, moving, как там не Lowering confidence, not confidence, loneliness. Это one application time, motivation, action, знакомство, связаться, здесь уже проблемы, кстати, проблемы. Но главное, конечно, поэтому стать появляться на особо часто именно стратегичного решения сделать Investigation and emotions generally. Emotional damage, эмоциональные чтожение, да, они не связаны. Кроме я чувствую, тогда всегда это все визуалы, они визуальные чтение, без материала, а мы чувствуем. Они чувствуют, не просто сам стишок сам, без акцентов, дальше, потому что придет свой, а мы не нас, вот, основной чтение. Ну, если это, конечно, если скажем, язык глобальный слова. Слушай, это скрипка. Yeah, teachers and students. I'm only discovering some. I am just grade student at Special Boarding School now for Sarah. Today, I will talk about my project called How Language Affects Diplomacy and the importance of English in global politics. Language connects people and economies. It helps nations understand each other in a way in peace. Aim and tasks. The main aim of my project is to study how English influences diplomacy. My task were first to learn how English helps diplomats. Second, to find out why English became the main language in diplomacy. Third, to understand its advantages and the problems. The novelty of my project, English studied as a political show connects language, culture, political discourses, interview, and the real cases. The role the role of language in diplomacy. Diplomacy means peaceful communication between countries. Uh, Communication between countries. And each helps diplomats share ideas and solve problems. For example, in Second World War, the Japanese used word mokusatsu. Mokusatsu was misunderstood by the USA. And this mistake led to a tragedy Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And so one wrong word can change the history. And, English, the importance of English in diplomacy. English is now the main language in international politics. It is used in United Nations, European United, and the NATO. About 70% of documents are in United Nations are in English, and are in English. And uh, became strong because of the British Empire and the USA. The advantages.
English has many elements spoken by 1.75 billion people and saves time in meetings. Uh, Saves time in meetings and it gives access to news and science. Mm, and helps countries understand each other. In my cultural part, I found some interesting facts. Only 6% of people speaks English as their first language, but about 60% of people speak English as their second language. And our president Kasim Jomart Tokayev of Kazakhstan speaks five languages. For instance, native language Kazakhstan, Russian, Chinese, French, and the main language English. Uh, I also interviewed Jumahan Peter, the director of Knowledge Dissemination Center. He said if you know English, you can go anywhere around the world without a problem. This shows that English really connects people and the countries. And conclusion, to sum up, English plays a big role in diplomacy. Uh, and it helps countries communicate and stay peaceful. Uh, Learning English is important for young people who want to make themselves stronger and to open the world. Yes, more open the world. Thank you for attention.
What do you say? You one more time in relationship with us as a diploma. You will not be personally. Fizeram direito de venda no museu. Já tem visto de dizer. Не посмотрите, не
Мысалы сөзі заманауи иә игнорировать және no comment қалғаны және осы кішкентай бір сөздің арқасынан бүтін бір үлкен қала жойылып кетіп жатыр. Бұл дипломатияның құдіреті.
as you show in the distribution of English is learning. The author developed English as a diplomatic foundation, which was traced from explorer stages to its current stages. All anyone is taking shots over the streets. Сознание исторически важно, а дипломатия была ключевой не добиваться человек дает вас қалай басталды дипломатия қалай бірінші ағылшын
ағылшын тілі ең алдымен өзінің ықпалын Еуропа еліне бастады. Еуропа елінде United Nations құрылғаннан үлкен проблема ол соғыс кезінде басталды. Екіншіден сол кезінде ол қарыз беру арқылы өзінің ықпалын енгізді және де ағылшын тілі арқылы сол Еуропадан бастап бүкіл әлемге өзінің ықпалын жайды. Әлемде қанша тілдер бар? Негізі дипломатияда 6 негізгі тіл бар. Араб тілі, француз тілі, россия тілі, және де Қытай және ең бастысы ағылшын. Осы ағылшын, испанский, иә, испанский тілі. 6 тіл негізгі тіл болып табылады. Я просто
Чистые решения, дающие внимание. Суровая рассказывать Канада пишет все время.
Европа да.
It's out from Europe,
Yes.
speaking English and so it's spread through all over the world, yeah. Yes.
Yes.
It's beyond progress. Good afternoon, judges and everyone. My name is Sabrina, and today I would like to present to all of you my scientific project named The Rule of Adaptive Translation in Simulating Cultural Identity. First of all, before the beginning, we know that translation in industrial filming animation is not about just translating the text or replacing words with another one. So, the role of translator in industry of animating, filming, is about paying attention to the meaning, emotion, and get to the other speaking language viewer from original one. So, the aim of my research work is to write a methodological manual guidebook for future translators. Alanımızın şu an guidebook var. Sonrasında guidebook. Yeah. The object of research work is methods of adaptive translation in audiovisual translation and the translation problems connected to it. Analyze the content written in OSI and make translation work using. Yani benim осы жұмысым guidebook read және OSI мультфильм негізінде жасалған. Және translation of Muzbala film and sending to free channels, checking its quality and getting detailed information about the translation work. Мен Рик and Морти мультфильмін қарап, және оның ішіндегі Рик and Морти мультфильмінің негізінен ағылшындардың ішінде өте танымал, десек жасөспірімдер көретін мультфильм болғаннан кейін, мен осы аударма жұмысында осыны негізге ала отырып, Музбала мультфильмін аударғанда осы кітаптың негізінде жасалғанымыз бар. Рик and Мортида көптеген фразалар кездері қолданылады, және оны көптеген қазақтар түсінбегендіктен, Музбаланың ішінде сондай сөздер болғандықтан, мен осы екеуін сөздік құрам бойынша салыстырып жасаған. So, modern production of technological advancements has become accessible to global audience. What it means, challenge in audiovisual translation, жалпы аудиода не болады дегеніміз ол тек қана субтитрлер немесе дубляж ғана емес, кейіпкердің сөйлеп жатқан ерінің қозғалысы, бүкіл эмоциясы сіздерге ағылшын тіліндегі мультфильмдердегі барлық кейіпкерді сезіне алу үшін сіздерге жағдай жасайды аудиовизуалды аудармашылық. So, revoicing particularly dubbing is the elaborating associated indispensable aspects of audiovisual translation. So replacing the original audio with carefully synchronized translations, it ensures accessibility and immersion for audiences worldwide. In simple words, is when the character of movie speaks in your language, but the movie was made in another country. Rick and Morty, an American model animated science fiction sitcom created by Justin Bullock and Dan Harlan for Cartoon Network. And the Muzbala is Kazakh adult animated drama created by Jason Yemaza to predict Maidan. So, as examples, trauma, cartoons. And this is the main part of my project. Ол біздің сыныптастармен жасаған Музбала фильмінің ағылшынша дубляжы. Осы гайд барында жазылған. For convenience. It's your life very carefully. And you all to be a father. Sure, much else. Sugar. And all the drugs, where they decided to use. Then there were to drug war. This was well, it's all the same as it's not just making us alive. I was saying from it didn't even let us touch it. So, wrong shit. Yeah, no one. Feel tired. No? What's the answers? And what's the wrong? This was the first part of budget. This was ағылшынша аударылған мөлшерінің намыс керек қазақстандағы алады деген ойды нақтылау үшін біз бұл мөлшерімді шетелдегі США-дағы скайвью белозерку аляска штатындағы 12-13 жас аралығындағы балаларға көрсеттік. Одан алдын біз өзіміздің мектебіндегі тұңғыш оқушылары 16-15 жас аралығындағы көрсетіп, олардан анкета алып, сұрақ жауап алып, одан кейін барып біз осы США-дағы оқушылардан жүрген болатынбыз. Және мұнда сіздерге көрсететін сұрақтар осы оқушыларға қойған сұрақтар болады. Және мұнда олардың жауаптары. Жауабы практикалық көрінеді. Мұнда пайыз, диаграмма және сұрақтарға жауап берген. Диаграмма бойынша. Диаграмма бойынша бұл жасырмен көрсетілген нақты түсінген мен түсіндім бұл мөлшерімді маған ұнады жалғасын сұраймын дейді. Сұрағым өте көп сұрақтар. Негізгі 5 сұрақ болды. Я осы нәтижесі бойынша мұнда жасыл көрсеткіштерге олар түсінді түсінген. Аға олар ештеңе түсінбеген. Бұл орташа түсінеді елде түсінай бастаған. Значит, дело контакты живет. So this was example. Олар түсінбей қалған жерді біз ағайымызбен өзгерткен боламыз. Мына жерде the box was tied a box to my dog. Бұл қанжығаға бір-бірге байланысшы деген кез бар. Және дәл осы кезеңнен кейбір естелік түсінбей қалған болады. Және біз оны we have a box деп қанжығаға бір-бірге байланысты we have a box. Yeah. Біз оларға қайтадан басқа версиясын жіберу үшін then we have a box. Және сіздер көрген жаңағы бірмен болды, бірақ өте көп еңбек талап етілген. Олар үшін бір ғана мүмкін. Өйткені бізге қаражат мәселесі себеппен төбесін тастардың көндіру керек болды. Дубляжды мен ұйымдастырдым, менің сыныптастарым и Сегодня сегодня лекция онлайн даже делаться. I completed the work done. For the purpose of the project, I conducted some specialization adapted translations and studied the futures. And I wish that my guidebook, the manual, will help for future translators. So I will thank to all of you for paying attention. Thank you so much. İşte қазақша мультфильмге алып аударып аударған яғни ең бастысы менің аударған ең бастысы ол маманның нағыз өз ісінің маманы болу керек себебі аудармашы ол екі тілді нақты 100% меңгерген маман болу керек себебі ол қазақшадан ағылшыншаға аудару керек өзі түсіну керек және ол аударманы кішкентай 2 жасар бала түсіндіргендей етіп жасау керек аударманы өйткені біздің мәдениет жаңасының үйренуге сен басқаша жазылмау үшін менің себебі ол қаншама байланысшы келісімшарт болғаннан кейін біз соны осылай ауыстырайық деп шештік ол бізде тұрақты тіркес қой идея предложение начался с естественно тоже где выйти сам можно было через школу yes менің мектебімдегі курсшылар өйткені одан кішкентай мектебінде оқушылар ағылшынша түсінбей қала ма деп ойладым да үлкендерге көрсету ал енді сшадағы оқушыларға көрсетуші олар толығынан көрсетіп жатыр ғой содан кейін кішкентайларға микроскопқа көрсету бізде ол болды қай сыныптағы оқушыларды көрсетеміз деген бірақ ол өте ұзақ уақыт кетті одан кейін ағайыннан бұл бірге одан кейін сенің жаңағы қанжығаға қай сыныпқа бармаған хатшы жібермей кетті саяси болып кетті да біз хат жіберуіміз керек болды ол хатты олар дауыстап жіберу керек болды печать короче сондай нәрсе болып кетті одан кейін бұл негізі салғым келді үлкен біз жылғы хатты рұқсатты бірақ ол ауызша болып кетті мен ағайын университетте группаласынан университетте бірге оқыдым ағылшын тілі пәні болған ғой и аляскада сол штатта сабақ беріп жүрдім скайпе содан кейін бізге осылай неден түсіріп анкетамызды жібердік ол негізі көп оқушы көрген бірақ сол бессмыслау ғана хат жазып жіберді қазақша мультфильмдерді ағылшынша дубляжды мысалы енді дамып келе жатыр соңғы жылда енді дамып келе жатыр бізде қазақстанда анимация саласы қасаңдап келе жатқан сала ғой соны дамыту болды біздің мәдениетіміздің жерде көрсетті сауда жүр киіз үй шетелге жасындаймыз ауылдар жетелер бүркіт туралы мысалы сол үшін мен соны қазақ тілін Слушай, ассистент. Это что за Когда я уже спрашиваю, сейчас я без разницы можу, дайте время. Если пишите, я тоже спешу, ребята. Секретарь молодой. Я понимаю. Давайте мы продолжим видео посмотреть. Да. Savaşta filmlerinde Türkler savaşlar için her daim şutlu şey. Bakları sizlerin bakları sürüsü savaşta bulanan argümanlar. Belki var bulanan argümanlar. Sürüsü sabır ayzarda. Sürüsü yolu aşağı. Niye canavar mana savaşta bu bekliyoruz var. Savaşta bir yanında olan. Her o savaşta kesin çeviriyoruz. Assim, já viu uma noite? We is so, that's what you're that's the strategy of teachers. So they when you study there and specialized for this one for that's going to today should present by presentation presentation project how to make English or technical uses for dialogue in English is effectiveness. So before I start presenting my presentation, let me start telling excuse that I had a few months ago before I started before I started writing my project. First, the situation was happened in an English class when my teacher read a sentence from Shakespeare. It was when it said, I will see alone. And almost no one knew that alone, that word alone meant student. And after the was ended, the six students that didn't know that any was going alone, didn't know the feelings were alone, but using the words like, let's me tell how far or WhatsApp, that exactly puts my point, that English is a living system and every community requires it. English is a global language that always keeps on changing. And we can't keep a cabinet of it because it's widely used by multiple languages, multiple nations, and multiple language nations. So this is my aim. Then my project was to analyze and compare when English certain models used for diagram. And also English contains of three phrases. Old English, Middle English, and finally modern English that we use nowadays. I hope you call it symphony. Because symphony is what is English language that we learn today. And old English probably will be understand it because that's when I thoughts that you don't understand. And his actuality my project, here I mentioned the tables, show the actuality and shows the elements of my project. Donor is rapid language, globalization, digital communication, social development, modern language evolution, social development, cognitive explanation, all of these keywords show my outline my actuality, my project. Here are the tasks. Here are the tasks I made for myself in order to make my research complete. I started to analyze scientific literature on bioeconomy and biolinguistic theories, as you can see. I also find responsible for bioeconomy and understand how it was used in linguistics. I divided and started five key language theoretical models used to study English. And also, I analyzed how each model explains historical changes in English vocabulary, grammar, and usage. So, and here's the coaching process. I didn't only stop on looking for online materials. I also found some groups. And so I into them. And so I looked for the web because I didn't know where to find them. And I came across the site BNC, British National Committee that studies diachrony and linguistics of English as a whole. Also, I had books and text materials in order to get a deep understanding of diachrony, and also I studied a lot of techniques, a lot of a lot of students how to say, he studied social linguistics. He studied philosophy, studied social linguistics, and studied diachronic. And his main point was Italian question was society, the change of society and how they use their voice. So I think it's most important. I would say that most difficult part of this project was slightly most important information because imagine if you would read, for example, 3 or 4 books that are 30 pages, and slightly the most important information was how this difficult thing because it takes a lot of time and a lot of thinking. And here's the practical part. In order to get to a conclusion, I intended to take an interview and also a test from my classmates and also teachers. I interviewed people starting from age 13 uh, to until 30 and 40. And the result was that teenagers often use science. They often use science, and that are popular on TikTok, Instagram, and social medias. Shows that it shows that the social media widely influences our teenagers and also young people. And I also interviewed people across the age of from 18 to 25. And the response wasn't very different, but they pretty much didn't use science. They didn't use science as often as teenagers. And they thought that the respondents from 18 to 25 didn't use science. Well, don't use science. What was the result of the survey? The respondents from 18 to 25. They were neutral to science. The view was that people creating on social media, teenagers widely use it on their vocabulary. They could even unknowingly use it on their essays, but even people whose age varies from 18 to 25, they were neutral to it, but they were against it. When I interview people who are much older than them, for example, my teachers, and I also interviewed some people who are at the age of 16, 17, they are practically against it. I had a teacher who was teaching me in English since I was in second grade. I asked her in an interview about this matter, and she said that she was against it totally because science, I would say, is from her point of view, practically destroyed English. But if you compare her views with younger people, younger so you could say that science reuse language to make it more comfortable to use. So that's the practical part. And also here's a graphical miniature. I took test from my classmates. We on the English class divide like 40. We have 25 students, but I decided to take test from 12 of them because wasn't pretty well. And as you can see here are the correct answers that they got. So C means you. Vents means where, and they means no. As present is widely used. Oppression means it means brothers like because Slavism religious or formal context. So overall, these only recognize what's still up here in modern media. Truly all what does it mean? Vents, it means but. Yeah, yeah. But, as you said, but. No, I said therefore, there. Oh, therefore, and so it gives you those. I mentioned in the start of the question, I will see, I will, I will see the unknown. It's just use sentence. Yeah. No one knew, yes. Yeah, exactly. And no one knew what this would mean. Yes, the and unknown. So here's the conclusion. And this project shows that the of English is a living process that couldn't be changed, no matter how we try.
because it always keeps on changing as generation changes. Millennials, Gen Z, boomers, it doesn't matter because every generation comes to change. Even the boomers and millennials, even the different, even they don't have much difference. They have what is the difference in speaking and differences in their characters. So that's all. I love the Gen Z. I don't know maybe it's
What is English in the section? What's the dialect community? Can you give me a definition of this?
it studies particular language history and its evolution. Yeah, yeah. And symphony is a study of language through particular time. Like, for example, we are studying symphony, we're studying English in modern time, right now. So that's all. I hope you like the project. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Wait, then you're professional. Молодец. Молодец. Так, главное, там за
There's so experience. Bye.
Мне вообще не нравится. Окей. Сейчас должны быть когда с деревьями, так, где-то no, даже с уважением сабр не считать. Нет, да, я еще не знаю, здесь хорошо нужнее. Для тебя это холостый. Документы контрол пособия, несколько заповеданий, или выкачиваем назад, температуру, получительному возрасту. Срабатывает на корабел, один графикасымен ағылшын үйренудің байланысы визуалдық және фонетикалық процестар. Жалпы система жазарларымызда екі сан аударым келеді. Көріп отырғандарыңыздай, оның жері қазақ қызы, қалың тексті ағылшындық. Бірақ олардың семьяларының шаштары, көздерінің түстері өте ұқсас. Бірақ неліктен кейбір қазақтар еуропалықтарға өте қатты сайрас. Біздің жоба бойынша ойынша олардың ата-бабалары бір кездері туысқан болған. Яғни аңғыл ортасында сақтар тайпасынан шыққан. Аңғыл ортасында сақтар тайпасынан. Ал сақтар біздің ата-бабаларымыз. Қазіргі таңда қазақ әліпбиі латын графикасына көшуді жоспарлап отыр. Егер біз ата-бабаларымыздың бір кездері нұсқан болған болсек, онда латын графикасына көшуіміз үшін жеңілдейді. Ендеше осы мәселені кезең-кезеңмен қарастырсақ. Жалпы зерттеу жұмысымыздың өзектілігі өте айқын. Институтте көптеген адамдар латын графикасына көшудің артықшылықтарын біле бермейді. Сонымен қатар аңғыл-ортасында сақтар тайпасынан шыққан туралы ұшындарды аз біледі. Ал жұмысымыздың мақсаты латын графикасына көшудің маңыздылығын айшықтайды зерттеу. Аңғыл-ортасында сақтардың тарихи байланысын зерттеу. Жалпы өздеріңіз білетіндей, сақтар бүкіл Еуропаны шарлап, қазіргі Еуропалық дәйекке өз үлесін қосқан. Ал қазіргі нөмір бірінші халықаралық қатынас тілі болып саналатын ағылшын тілінің шығу тамыры осы сақтардың тілінен бастау алады деседі. Және бұл сөзімізді дәлелдейтін пікірлерді алдарыңызға ұсынайық. Тарихшы Арнольд сақтар деп аталған ерте еуропалық тайпаларға бір зор ықпалын тигізген деп мәлімдейді. Және осыған ұқсас пікірлер біздің зерттеу жұмысымыздың негізгі өзектілігін дәлелдеуге негіз бола алады.
жалпы латын графикасына көшу ұлттың санасын жаңғыртып, әлемдік және түркі елдерге рухани біреуге жол ашатын маңызды қадам болып табылады. Біздің филология ғылымдарының докторы Әлихан жүсіповтің айтуынша, латын графикасына жай ғана әріп ауыстыру емес, бұл елдің жаңадан жаңаруына, сонымен қатар қазақ тіліне тән дыбыстардың өзге тілдерден мекеніндегі дыбыстардан тазаруына нақты ықпал ететін реформа болып табылады. Ал ерден қажыбектің айтуынша, латын графикасына көшу түркі әлемімен рухани бірігетін көпір. Өздеріңіз білетіндей, Түркия, Түркменстан, Әзербайжан, Өзбекстан сияқты бауырлас елдердің барлығы да қазір латын графикасын қолданады, және біздің ойымызша бізде сол жұмыс істеп болуымыз қажет деп ойлаймын. Түркі әлемі демекші, Түркияның латын графикасына көшу тәжірибесі өте қызықты әрі бар жоқ бір жыл ғана қамтылады. Мысалы, 1928 жылы 1 қарашада Мұстафа Кемал Ататүрік латын графикасына көшу туралы заң бекітсе, 1929 жылы араб графикасын қолдануға мемлекеттік мекемелерде толықтай тыйым салынған болатын. Латын графикасы Түркия еліне көптеген қылмыстар әкелгенімен, яғни көптеген қылмыстар болады. Әр өзгерістің өз қылмыстары бар, бірақ қазіргі таңда латын графикасы Түркия елінің халқының сауаттылығын арттырып, батыс елдермен мәдени байланыстың нығаюында әрі түркі тіліне тән дыбыстарды нақты белгілеуге зор ықпалын тигізген болатын. Жалпы латын графикасына көшу бұл ұлттың жаппай дамуына серпін тигізетін маңызды қадам болып табылады. Олай деуіміздің себебі біріншіден ағылшын тілі қазіргі уақытта қарым-қатынас жағынан әлемде нөмір бірінші тіл болып саналады. Және қазақ жастары осы латын графикасы арқылы ағылшын тілін оңай әрі жеңіл үйрене алатын болады. Ал екіншіден ағылшын тілінде сөйлейтін азаматтар үшін де ағылшын тілін білетіндер үшін де тілімізді үйрену оңайлатылады. Себебі қазақ тілінде ағылшын тілінде латын графикасында болған жағдайда тілді үйрену оңай болады. Ал үшіншіден елімізге келген шетел азаматтары біздің латын графикасында жазылған қазақ сөздерінің мағынасын түсіне бастайды. Мысалы, біздің осы зерттеуімізде латын графикасында қазақ және ағылшын сөздерінің ұқсас жағынан мағынасына, дыбысталуына, жазылу жағынан да ұқсас 90 сөз табылған болатын. Көріп тұрғандарыңыздай, мына брошюрадан сіздер жол нұсқасын көре аласыздар. Жоғында зерттеуші шығады. Жалпы жақсы сөзді ағылшын тіліндегі good сөзбен салыстырғанда қазақ тіліндегі құт сөзімен үйлеседі. Өйткені қонақ құтты болса, қой екі табады деген мақалдағы сөзді жақсы сөзбен алу ешқандай теріс болмайды. Ал соған сәйкес sir, яғни қазақшасы мырза сөзі қазақ тіліндегі істері сөзімен сәйкес келеді. Ағылшынша sir ежелден ерекше қасиетті ағылшыншілерге арналған атау. Яғни біздің сақтап даласынан кеткен сақсыздар біздің сері деген сөзімізді өздерінде сақтап қалып, оны sir деп өзгеріске ұшыратып, кейіннен оны ата бабаларында ерекше қасиетті жігіттерге арналған атау ретінде қолданған. Әңгімелесу деген сөзді білдіретін толық сөзі қазақ тілінде талқы болып аударылса, мағынасын жоғалтпайды және латын графикасында жазылса өз мағынасын ұстап қалар еді. Өйткені талқы түсіндірме сөздікте бір нәрсені әңгімелесу, кеңесу дегенді білдіреді. Демек, талқы және толық сөздердің шығу мағынасы бір-біріне ұқсас. Сонымен қатар, яғни өздеріңіз білетіндей жайдарлы болып аударылатын сөз синоним ретінде латын графикасында мерейлі болып жазылса, екеуі де мағынасын сақтайды. Міне көріп отырғандарыңыздай мерейлі және мерейлі өте ұқсас латын графикасында. Сонымен қатар ағылшын тіліндегі manner сөзі қазақ тіліндегі мәнер өзгеріс аударылады және 95% өзінің ұқсастығын сақтайды. Сонымен қатар біз arise, яғни көтерілу, шығу деген мағына білдіреді. Ол сөзге балама ретінде біз arise-ын алдық. Өйткені қазақ тілінде кімнің көтерілуін таңдана шығып, арайлап отырған ретінде сипаттайды. Сонымен қатар біз осы зерттеуден кейін өз елімізді жол айқын тұрған адамға сенеді. Өйткені ол қайда баратынын, болашағында не күтіп тұрғанын әлі білмейді. Және оны жасаған таңдау көптеген мүмкіндіктерге жол ашады. Бұл таңдаулардың графикасына көшу. Қолдану жағдайында қазақстан дамыған елдермен бірге, яғни дамыған елдер тең болу үшін және технологиялық білім және ғылым үшін латын әліпбиін меңгеру қажет. Өйткені қазіргі таңда әлем елдерінің 70%-дан астамы латын графикасын қолданады. Және біз осы зерттеуіміз арқылы латын графикасын қолдамайтындардың пікірін аз да болса өзгертуге үлесін қосып отырмыз. Ал ұсынысқа келер болсақ, біздің ойымызша Қазақстанда латын графикасына көшу барысында халыққа түсіндірме жұмысын көптеп жасау қажет. Өйткені латын графикасын халық түсіндірме жұмыстарының арқасында оңай әрі тез қабылдайды. Сонымен қатар, жаңағы ғалым Әлімхан Жүнісбектің айтуынша, Әлімхан Жүнісбек секілді латын графикасына көшу тек қана әріп ауыстыру емес, сонымен қатар жаңа реформа болып табылатын өзгеріс ретінде қабылдау қажет. Және осы іске барлық азаматтар өз үлесін қосу қажет деп ойлаймыз. Назарларыңызға көп рахмет. Егер ашып айтасаңыз, жай-жайдан бастау қажет деп ойлаймын. Өйткені қазіргі республикамыздың президенті Қасым-Жомарт Тоқаев 2025-ге дейін латын графикасына көшу жоспарлаған болатын. Бірақ бұл жоспар өкінішке орай іске асыра алмады. Өйткені тез болып кетті деп ойлаймын. Себебі ол 2020 сол жылдары латын графикасына көшу толықтай қабылданған болатын. Сөзімен айтатын болсақ, Өзбекстан сол негізі бізден ерте басталған латын графикасына көшуді, бірақ әлі күнге дейін тек қана мемлекеттік мекемелерде ғана қолданыста. Ал жалпы қарым-қатынаста мемлекеттік емес жерлерде латын графикасын қолданбайды. Онда да проблемалар бар. Негізі толық мысалы, Ахмет Байтұрсынұлы секілді жаңа әліпби ойлап табу үшін бізге дыбыстар ұқсастығы қажет болады. Мысалы, қазіргі таңда латын графикасын, қазақ тіліндегі латын графикасын бірнеше нұсқасы пайда болған. Бір нұсқа деп айта алмаймыз. Жаңа көргендер болсақ, мысалы, әрбір басқа нұсқаларды осылай бер, ал кейбір нұсқаларда былай бер. Осының барлығын жинақтап біз зерттеуіміз қажет деп ойлаймыз. Бір шешімге келіп. Телевизордың алдында қандай әріп болды, елесің? Араб графикасы болды. Одан алдын біз не болды? Араб графикасы басқа жүрген жылда не айтып келеді? Араб графикасы Араб графикасы деген үстінде жабылып
지금 말하는 서원장이 생각했어. Ya, Sara Başkan, şuradan alacağım arkadaşlar. Bunun yıl boyunca aşağı hareket. Bu sonu bir sana bir şuna bayraklar alayım. Herkes bir kulağına altına gelir. Herkes bir bakın. Good morning, University and Gap. My name is Solana Aljan, and I am history student for Columbus and Sarah. Today I'm very happy about my present call of giant research to study on research problems and gender interconnectivity. Zach Heritage. Benim aslında yapmak bildiğim analysis of gender within pattern reverse and the English reverse and phraseology. The eye always touch doors. Several listeners problems on the English category question nations. The process provides and phraseological needs in the from the negative as well is positive. We compare the negative combinations in from the English category question and the phraseology and the purpose. Actually, always research more. So I am motivated to learn that course. If I can move the 10 gender second, so second, to put the material for research to analysis course, physiology and the English category question on each course, the associate course and then and the 200 programs and the improvement technology. Gender is one of characteristics of femininity or masculinity. Gender of right and masculinity. So what role of the West to person plus? Gender female gender is a male or female. So second, the position of the head of the age, which affects all the men. So this is fact. So it's making the shapes and the use of it at immediately. So it's a method gender and the particularly more important and women are good at trafficking. The social studies of students explores speech and the difference in communication because it is through asking one revenues. The middle is of gender in difference communication. Two, structure. The speech of the male difference from the males in the structure of communication. Three, emotional. The emotions predominant in speech, the women. Based on the analysis of the women's image screen presented by ID Abdullah, the image illustrated and commentated by the Horseman Florence. One, the lab is a police and the song of women at policy. Two, the next mode of the next and minutes. So why are women making this of one and women and down the show? Three, a woman's mind and being changed open.
The sequence features the language trees and the song of Burna explorated. Sometimes of the phone is the way of Burna me with a one and leave and down to reality and the unpredictability of one's mind and we change over. So happiness. So happiness. A woman strong, once I was tired, was extravagance. A woman can know how to window. Thursday, it's a great pity to see a woman cry as a girl's design. Logical thing, a woman counsel is sometimes good. Foolishness, power is long, but the mind is short. Says the emotional power, spark is a burner bodies. Social activities and ecological with others. Women's see what she always wants to do. Religious and the mythological aspect in which she expresses the very in past, a woman she died. Sufficient infidelity and the purple yes, much to hear. My they were not ashamed to do. So results of analysis of the woman's image and the progress and the phraseology. The sit and appreciate. If you want to know about women alone sing or get care, but don't listen and sometimes willfulness. If you want to know women something strongly, personality is possible. The sit and appreciate of women's mind and we change often. Conclusion one. Women of phrase always some fragments of English phraseology two. The English has a wide language, obviously oriented toward and means need from need of use. Three. Women are obviously painted as a subject. Four. The female market mostly in the delivery is phraseology and progress. Five on the royal province and a phraseological units of the English and Kazakh rational dish, a gender based to show the penicillin is made and the female in the society. Thank you for your attention. Brothers, women brothers. We have more brush to hair, but it ignores saying hair is one, but it might be short. My brush to hair and women common sound. Women start from the women balance time, which right and women actually like. It's so interesting. Religions, projects, religions of individuals and their desires of knowledge, and so there's so much more preserved. Yes. Kazakh programs are moral and hospital women are hospitality as a niche. English programs in moral lessons. Russian programs in moral learns in women's, for example, negative progress, for example, women's mind and we change open. Positive progress at the classroom and good women should work on class members. Language because of this music. Aus Holland just in case they don't check. One of the interesting experience story and Квалификация соответственно, обязательно где возможно Шолобаева ақмарал болды болды. Сол шығат бала болды. Бәрі Айшырмен Шолобаева ақмарал осы екеуін жібересің болды. Сарыағаш жолыққа жатыр. Только после вещей я делала перекличку в начале 8 октября. Вот надо, я эту перекличку делала в самом начале, в остальном дне. А теперь я вижу, что есть. Ссылка в остальном. Хорошо. Ну нет, это не нужно. То есть, теоретически действительно всегда должна обеспечивать experience by absent as a master to the city of Rwanda. Today I will present my research work on how it is implemented in the USA. Now I'll show you how to Say hello, my name is Aisha. Today I will talk about holidays and traditions in the USA. And now we will examine the purpose of our project. So first is the word, first how holidays, classes, which cultures, resident cultures, history, and the great people together has studied which is traditions in the and the cultural importance of the languages, holidays, and also I can examine that every holiday has to say beautiful and enjoyable holidays back to learn for English and I can say that finally I compare it to Italian dynamics with holidays and I can say that let's see what is but history attributes. Historic translating. Yes. Every person. I think every person knows where the holidays of the United States is written. The United States is written because North America, it means the America and the Canada's. The biggest box of the holidays is the together day. It's United States is celebrated as July 4th by surviving cousin of Thomas Jefferson and John Adams. United States it is was independent on 1st July in 1776 and today it's a rich historical of the United States because this is also known as president casting of all causes like Thomas Jefferson and Adams Johnson, I can say, when it is was exactly is later, and people that always in this 1,100 Kansas, and they it is only when this is a big part of the community and it starts once $1.5 million. Second, holidays are very popular in the United States. It is a Thanksgiving Day. Thanksgiving Day is really on the first Thursday of November. It's a time where the people spends everything they have their lives for a this is such a question. How they originate from the 16th first, and they have a harvest form of this Pilgrims to go there, and I think it is formally debated by our legal communities in the street, like cards, religions, it is a message to Nigeria where people eat in the holiday, 46 million turkeys in one day, and president, president, he is for those one turkeys that will be got Christmas is the most famous and the most popular celebrations in the USA, where people spend 850 million dollars. Christmas is the most celebrated and fascinating celebration by the Christian justice and holidays celebrated every December in 2026 because this holiday comes at a family together to bring people together, unite everyone. When the people come from long distance to meet with their parents, with their friends, and spend time together. I think it is Christmas. It is a really big celebration where people unite and where people can communicate. And fourth is Halloween, most popular in USA, especially because Halloween is linked our follows up because it when children plays trick or treating or certain beliefs because the spirit was successful and when they plays they when they play the trick or treating they spend a lot of time to paint the decorations, decorate their house with glass, by Jan Electric, when they visit the key pads, they use it as pumpkin singing. Uh, and when the economic impacts of this all holidays, I can say that the most economically enhancing holiday is Christmas because of the Christmas people spend 850 billion dollars in one day in 1 month plus introducing this it is a very difficult distribution when you spend and the 80 cents they spend for candy to airports to airplanes and spend to candies for decorations of trees and to have the travel and gifts. Second one in the economic impacts, it is Halloween. It also brings about 20 billion dollars for the spent for the candies, decoration with glass pumpkins, and when they are play the movies, the airplanes. On Independence Day, people spend 1.5 billion dollars, such is the year because they do the patriotic parades with fire world where people can communicate with other people and then they have all holidays have many have many sectors and more. Retail is for 40%, the food and infrastructure 40%, entertainment 50%, and spending time with the families and 50%. Um, Finally, I completely just related between the present on the American holidays. President American holidays spends a time with together. Yes, their stories are different, but their goal is similar because they spend time with their families and feeling it is a book. The stories from the holidays, which are story of Christmas. It is a story also related to the translation. Present English in American holidays. It is my dear how I learned on that project. I can say that President have many students, but I have surveyed with my classmates. We have more of people lost knows from the year and yes and they have it's always not a new beginning. These hobbies also have to develop day and sense means they spend time with their families and their fitness and university. I think the similarities is many similarities, but the stories Second, the importance of holidays in learning Canada. The knowing and understanding the culture of the other countries, which is really about grammar, is about understanding when you understand the culture or other countries, you understand the language, you can understand the stuff, you can also understand when I learn about it. I think people, college courses, I remember that people can communicate with their families, with their friends, and can and also they have to wear necklaces and real traditions. They can understand about drama. English is not only a language; it's also the understanding culture of other countries and of other cultures. Overall, I can say that every of the holidays have really really the world because they have only one goal to bring people together to communicate with other people. I think when I learned English, I understood that have a really big achievements because that's how this can together they can communicate with other people and they also can um, congregate and also are essential for strengthening national values. They express the traditions, cultures, and so on. Three kind of questions. Yes, also more historical arts and makes it, I think, historical out. I may not always do this. Yes. I mean, it's historical art, but I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Because that was really improving in 20th century. It is a really for business achievements. I think and that it is a really helpful. It is useful for both in business and or especially for this young generation. Yes, so the focus is bring people together because yourself. When you communicate with people from other countries, they understand you and only rather with their language themselves, understand their culture, how they was how they was in started the beginning, how they especially I think that it helped people to understand not only and circle before us. Your university is teenage. You know, university is maybe they are not in the generation. So, English sometimes we use in this in this learning yes, learning language. Yes, because more the international language is English because it seems very very English. Not only about grammar, speaking, reading, speaking is not very only yes. I said when you learn the general language, they must understand the short in the language. You know, only Madagascar to American South America. Pues mi casa causa acá Harrison State and then United States. So the United States being America is obviously the American State. Yes, yes. Maybe in German from the yes, not this is really completely different from this one. And then there is another, there is a similar quality by only I think it means how there are many years like this. This and either English probably that's your first it's not in USA that not celebrating Kazakhstan. Amy probably not just USA, isn't it? Say Amy kind of already. News, one always. But it's the very experience. How about music? And after USA, it is how yes. There was some lots of reason how they are in USA just when months. But one of our religious for this.
they exist in USA. They are not like American policy, but they celebrate beautiful. You know, questions that basically, but what choose so simple. Research work, yes, simple. You talk is so simple. You can prove, but your English is such a I choose that topic for myself when people can understand that people are really good at understand the cultures of other countries that also can use them because not only visiting others, they can communicate when they know their culture, when they know their language, and it's so different because that's only not that holidays also bring people together because they communicate with social media and so on. Maybe yeah, choose the music projects. So people are really should research more deeper and what are the keys and even research. The video is not made. Exactly. So we might rush into the video because of that. The national population. Use more and so on. This was a good sensation as well. It's very important. It's sufficient to see. Yeah, no, I'm not we spend on secondary school, number one next one to me. My time ago, I managed to get the chance of learning English. I was reading the work of Hannah about students. Actually, pleasure is an average of human body. What it means, actually, there's no replace human. Even by it's helping us become better. So, the part of learning English must have always titled already. It's from which to custom levels to digital lifestyle focus and digital learning partners. Actually, this has included new ways to engage learners. Along for design back firstly, I think learning certainly is doing. Actually, this is to me is because of learning English more time, more time than we have now. So the answer of our project is, for instance, explore the impact of success on learning the English language. Secondly, is analyze any times about in language skills. Talking about the advantages and disadvantages of interaction research in education. Examine skills. How is medical interaction research and very generally. These are different of team different of cross-functional research and develop recommendation for optimizing additional risk use in language learning. So, discussion of firstly, I want to say about my own experience. We all say I'm from small town, small village, and I don't have a resource to study English. I don't have a resource to study English. I don't have the thing with how to teach, right? And I try to find someone who will teach me English because I want to study. I want to study English because it's a future language, right? And I use it for when I was starter. I used Duolingo. Duolingo is the best program for studying for starter. Like you can study the vocabulary, you can practice speaking, right? It's just one. And elder speaking Bible is helping with your pronunciation. Is the best one.
When people speak in English, we are saying, yeah, we understand them. But when they have this conversation like internet or something like this, it's so strange. We all say, and the program helps me make the right thing slowly easier. This technology has helped us grammar, vocabulary, and where adaptive learning needs, make the process more exciting. I still like ChatGPT. You can practice level from information and this people such make English more exciting and exciting. Study every time we watch. And that's too. I have a friend from China studying studying English in China is really expensive. Yeah, it's the best college. Studying English is than English. Studying in China, studying in China. It's expensive. Conversion, right? And my Chinese friend says, I never thought of speaking strongly. Artificial intelligence has changed everything. He used ChatGPT, LSD, by the way, he learning LSD. And he like his student, how hard study how the process of education in China is really hard and he will have to study English and he used it to like introvert. And it's like he was both like what is all this controlling using ChatGPT or artificial intelligence to study English and it's really working. He's improving English. So he's probably initiated and it is one for him to recommend him to choose the topic. So chatbots and visual photos actually does translate well in the chat feature and chat yes. Complete our conservation practice correct mistakes and simulated reading question. Food quality and it is nation for cognition training. We all know how it's working to practice. Practice your vocabulary, practice your writing, practice your presentation, just working part of time, right? And we sometimes need someone who will practice with us. And sometimes I want to say I was on my field. It would be hard to me to find someone who can practice English with me. And I'm sure this is the best way. So, specification plan to help learners define their presentation by analyzing information about accuracy translate. Application like LSP and also artificial intelligence for presentations enable learners to track presentations in real-time production. What we get? Translate this sentence. Yeah, what we can like open the apps LSP and make voice message and keep and use the apps will tell about your own mistakes, presentation, using grammar, so the best program. And I asked my schoolmates, do you frequently use applications for learning English? And 65% say, yes, I'm using applications for studying and making study more easy than. I think different kind of problems such as behavioral grammar, which container business to learn together. These problems analyze their user performance and adjust the total level accordingly. Inside with a more effectiveness than concentration methods. In the concentration methods, people just have a mistake and they have a mistake. And so, what about ChatGPT or others? ChatGPT program. They actually assign to your knowledge. Actually, in the last 21st century, we had more private study English, more apps and systems, and teaching communications. Children and English of English learning. In the 20th century, studying English was only for rich people, only for the person who can afford it. But actually studying English is a democratic. But actually, this is democratic which has English. like if the 20th century, you should be rich and you should afford to study English. But in the 21st century, we have opportunities and visas. Doesn't matter. You are rich, are you poor, or you can study English in your phone, your smartphone, if you maybe study English well in there. So one of the most important aspects of education in education is English. It's really English knowledge. And then yes, so that's why the presentation should be just take several pages, like 7 pencils. This is the one. Okay. Sometimes friends, because we also know that before speaking, doesn't she? So much I wrote all the things, because friends, to make this right, because мен арқылы келген жерде біріншіден ағылшын тілін оқуды қалай игеріп жеткізуге болады. Мен ол жерде біріншіден негізі соңында сіздерге айтып деген едім қандай жаңа технология ұсынуға болатынын. Ал айтып кеткендерім біріншіден біздің ағылшын тілін жүйелеудің проблемалары үшін таңдағанымда маған білмеймін ауылдан болған үшін маған ағылшын тілін оқу аз болды. Слушайте, мен осы қазақстанда және қазір біздің қалай ағылшын айтқанымды қандай программаларға болады және қалай education болады what AI apps used for English. Oh, yeah, it's personal. I say, yeah, I use Duolingo. You know, started, but yeah, it is not only program for us. You can use you are teacher. You can use the program. Yeah. Can I show you on my phone what I use? Okay. Yeah. Yes, these are in grammar. It was so hard to me to understand grammar. In this actually English grammar, we can understand in grammar step by step. In doing study English easier. So honestly, these are really I mean, showing us how education is important actually in 21st century, especially in Pakistan, right? Because what is happening in Astana and also speak is the best of education Pakistan has that. Just use it like learning apps, or we have training and she's I had any trainer and teachers. And you have learned for English by using AI. Yes, I'm from do you think I have a background? Yes, I'm using the program, I'm using ChatGPT, and I just like talking to him about the topic what I want. Like I love to read books, and I talk with ChatGPT about book, and he's correcting my mistake, and I make mistake, and I think it's really helped me to be there. Yes, if you choose read the tutor, you will be the best present interest. Seni girmekten. Yeah, I understand you. Yeah, bazen seni motive şey var. Kişi English teacher. That should work with you. No, of course I had a tutor for 2 months, but it was so unusual. Yeah, I'm you have this. How was courses? You have visited courses. Only 2 months. That was hard. It was not yeah. You already. Okay, thank you for the attention. I just jump in on sending this all over I got a jump on. It's essential. Please try it out. Good luck. Konuşalım önemli ama. Wait, acho que vamos how? Ele foi te ensinando. You're not gonna see. He's speaking about equality. Issue about the eu falo, não era da tipo, opinião da Agora, as pessoas chegam na minha escola, mas vê a conversa recording called the Politics and Learning English. Relevant. Habit teachers can play a huge role in the formation of child personalities. It gives a lot of joy, especially providing color, dynamics, and intelligence. Biggest to attract the attention of children to serve early and has great opportunities for their comprehensive development. My study interpretation of pictures of Haggadah and the influence of Haggadah in learning English. The practical significance of my science report is that Haggadah can be used in study of practical matters and English. Study English and to improve the educational process. The art of animating dolls is very ancient, its history and geography is very extensive. Public theater performance is that the type of performance in which public acts and often directed by public actors, hidden from the audience by screen. Origin public theater is taken just symbols of gods and symbolism of unknown force of nature. As a rule, this theater was distinguished by traditional class, manners of performance, and of persons with feminine characters. The performance of public theater in many countries they can work of religious and mysterious sex. For example, in ancient Egypt, history of illustration artists and in the China content about classical performance, Canadian Sarah for expulsion, Torre, Marvel, and Israeli. At the end of the 16th century, a full century of Haggadah was printed in Italy in the main Kaiser Puccinella. Having inherited of the Ottoman community, the community in art, its printed role. Like the Chinese Haggadah is associated with the classical theater, like until the 19th century, in the Europe of Haggadah, traditional satirical things were played about other often satirical plays were played about the oppression power of official students. In the first quarter of the 20th century, a professional public teacher was created. In the Russian traditional public teacher has public teacher began to teach after the October Revolution in 1970. The law of public teachers in Pakistan. How did the public teacher appear in our country? Public art in the territory of modern Pakistan was associated with music. About 3,000 years ago, thousands of ships carved images of animals from the wood, fixed to the skin surface, item rolled to their fingers, and at the same time playing the camera. At this time, the animals came to life, and the performance began to begin. Often the main character of such performance was a multi-goat. Today, more than 10 passages appear in our country. And the oldest among the state passages was founded in 1925. And the where other Muslims matter. This is a part of teacher learning. How teacher can come to the world when learning foreign language as well as in available in the world. The minutes for developing oral skills and constantly improving the skills for the most effective voices carried out. However, whoever owns the native incentives for children to learn foreign language remains great. Teacher elements playing in English lessons is one of the most predicted teaching methods. It helps the learners of learning English and a critical learning and the use of critical performance. Educational tasks is a from streaming how when you think activity when communicated. How to teach English in a foreign language in the foreign language one of the first one of these trained from art for this has one of the expensive dolls and expensive materials and special dolls is not required. These can cost dolls made by ourselves. My own experience in public teaching learning English. Since the 2024 hours co-created a public teaching co-work, the hero teacher would feel like a fire. Currently, the teacher has more than one participant. Since the year the teacher was founded, and the five performers has been staged. Three of them are in Kazakh, 하루가 주마서 work keeping skills Shanghai and the other two in English. Cinderella and the Little House called performance. Yeah. For one of the public performers I took part in at school was Cinderella. They were the trouble most Cinderella did two steps sisters and then the two steps the mother and the step sister. Oh.
Слайд подразумевает инженер первого обучение подготовки. Sonra kişide de yapılıyor. Onu da bilinç kabul etmek. O sonuçta değer oluşu düşünüyoruz. Sadece kabul etmeyi için.
Habits develops our imagination, looking memories, artistic abilities, intuitive studying children's parents and it develops motor skills of child's hands and fingers. Participating in chess games we give examples with world around us. Habits is a common phenomenon in our lives, and the child of every child, which is a child of every child, and his aesthetic education usually begins with the habit performance. In that way, my science recorded through many skill projects. Okay. Syndrome. Habits is called syndrome.
Visual aids. Visual aids. Evolutionary. Movement electrons to using what about you? Have you seen any toys in front of you?
Yeah.
How do you learn very skills of learning English by watching lives?
I took part of school. We do that similar teaching performance. Yeah, it's practical methods for learning.
You just think of
Yeah.
you must be
Yeah.
Если я это çalıştırırım, mecburen asla onu bilgileneceksin. Şimdi sizin benden sonra başlıyor. Değil.
Aşk, bir zaten ilerliyor. Sağlıklı bir
Kırmızı, kırmızı, nasılsın? Kırmızı haberler Türkiye'ye şeydir. Bilgileri bakmak istediğiniz tanesi. For teenagers, no topics, no culture. Yes, that's true. Maybe not to style, children. Oh, children, children, часто обидно. Что дальше больше смотреть. Дальше. Да, может, дальше, Herkes sayıda istedim şarkılara konusunda şarkılara için şuraya var aynı örnek bir bağırdığına yer ben diyemem. Bir çocuk aslında böyle yapamazlar. For the speaks already more in school, 10th class. My training from this science work is the quickest and easiest way of learning English. In today's world, education plays an important role. Technology plays an important role in education. And I was raised at a site with five. Can I show you? Can I explain in Kazakh? Listen, there was something on the body. No, I didn't watch the just cut. You watched the show me the series. Вот я очень сильно интересно, да, исполнять шансы интересно, я те каналы, универсам, серфикация, я не знаю, хочется технология заманчивая, телефон меняется, может первичный элемент, да? Пришел с этой хочется забыть. Sayılar. Hocaların ben bir yaşam var. Arkadaşlarım. Hep otomatik olarak. Her gün özgürlüğümüz var. Konsekanımız yapıyorum. Не тикаю. Где я уже взяла себе не No, non scusa qua. Ja, возле нас, существующих законов. Я нашла вообще не заработала. Ничего раз я готова. Недавно один была, и журналистам студент, uzun журналистов шатая, что вот наш сидит вот уже уже. Uzun saçma böyle çıkan, hepsi çıkan, bu kadar интересно, много лист, я вообще так смотрю, телевизор, это касаемо вашей да, kalau mereka mesti yang orang sebenarnya sebenarnya dia bisa dan learn as much as possible. Ada sih extra bisa ada nasi. Sekarang если это застыдно, код жазбай, трамвай сам. Я как-то сайт код жазған болады, сайт жасаған болады. Оның ішінде Maybe both is learning English to learn English how you say read write us in English listening in primary school because yeah все это что-то было бы здесь что жена может сказать все это
балалар жастарға ақша үйреніп келеді. Learn English is I got a good shot. Has to have been like, yeah. Типа, я отдала бабушке, я очень много людей, ну, что не я еще не помню. Education something really did. She was probably Давайте сильно организовать мешает, как будем так, она тема называется так. Нет, я вас не поняла. Тема называется так. The weakest and easiest way of reading English is to help them find more identity. Все платформы identity. Когда надо делать не вот говорить немножко язык. Делайте сами, да, я не тоже говорить. Просто вас как он вас раз. Это не все что не говорить. Все что не решат. Хорошо, слова. Нет, программа информатика оказалась очень интересным. Очень режим, очень режим реакции. Какой режим рисования? Прямо очень мотивация состоится с конкретной частью его жанра. Сейчас была конкретная часть решения если я превращающая бизнес, реализация. Это следующее. Тест изменения. Если она тяжело если широкая семья, удар клинарный, широкая семья, следует считать тоже. Он очень вроде вообще у нас. Люди дальше Бог, чем сделано, не знаю, чем просто смиренно рисовать сложно, я что не сделано. Дело не правда, что там есть очень я знаю, My project is because of guidance in short and classical songs. As you can see, this research and the details of my English teacher is very well done that. First of all, I want to show you the small part of our mobile song, which is inspired by Agılşın. Is one of the most compelling heritage of the English and Kazakh culture. Even though Kazakh and English musical traditions develop in different areas of the world, we share our common purpose to preserve human emotions and to promote cultural memory. My goal was to compare these two traditions through the works of Ahmet Kambarova and English folk and classical songs. Why this topic is important. In the era of globalization, the understanding of two different worlds helps us to understand our uniqueness and our connection to the world. For example, about number songs, like just to Java or I would say Java, super Java, language and wisdom. And they show about Kazakh culture and philosophical depth. While English folk songs and English classical songs are simple in melody, easy for everyone to sing, and they focus on storytelling and philosophy. They describe love, nature, uh, musical heritage, and etc. Famous examples of English folk is Barbara Allen and Scarlet Figure. These are not only just entertainment, they are living archive of the English people. Cultural questions identify and traditions. Abai's works belong to one stable relevant mind, Abai Nambayalon. Every melody, every line of his version has his own emotions, his own expressions of Kazakh culture. Songs like Jesus Jahanlar or Agılşın and Çalmaz are simple melodies which we study. So there we can see his songs frequently use future and tells again tragic moments. English folk songs, they don't have an ordinary outlet. They were written through generations, and with each each performance, their melody, their line would slightly change. In English folk, English classical songs have only professional composers. They are written by famous composers and held on concert halls, have harmony instructors, and rich in wisdom. Despite all differences, they belong to the one sphere of music, is tragedy and about cultures. Um, Abba's elegant simplicity. Abba's songs often follow a jazz chorus structure which inhibits the cultural exchange and encourages contemplation. Also, English folk and classical songs use verse chorus structure to enhance their concentration. This research helped me to understand a new perspective about non-violent songs can be fully understood when it's held on contributional intercultural context, where their philosophical meaning especially visible. By comparing with English folk and classical songs, I learned new insights, visual memory, and human expressions through these songs. The study of this, my research can be used in cross-cultural context as the oral traditions when it comes to professional songs. Thanks for your attention. It was a desire for me to share the rest of my work with you. Differences. English folk songs used to not narrate the history. But nowadays they are only they are using only for expressing life as it is, joy, love, and heartbreak. Our songs reflect an individual mind, and these songs are used for authentic cultural tragedies. Can I answer anything? Sorry. Yürüsüm, kültürel istikrarı şey yürüsüm, tarafı bulamadı. Kısmen emotsalarda bize alışın kültürel ülkelerin şahane dışı şey çok etkili olan bir işin Hazarşa emzede işte gider yani kullanma bizi yeni emosyonda göster şimdi Almanya yeni emosyon şahane diğer faturaları sonra ben mutlaka rahat nerede sonra 그냥 궁금한 거기서 아웃시는 미리를 그냥 이런 식으로 얘기해. 뭐가 이럴 때 카메라가 수가지고 있는 소수의 뜻이 아웃시는 미리를 앞으로 보시면 에모션을 잘하 그리고 이제 배달을 중에 하나 아무 문제는 Christian olabilir. Christian sayısal birinci hangi var? Zaten var. Bizim emosyonel şartlarız. Sonra fazla test olur. This emotion. This place. Emotional release. Conscious of my soul forward. Jeśli nie zrobić macie. Мне здесь level раздел для того, чтобы идем, что скрипт. I would like to talk about the historical and economic heritage of Kazakhstan and the opportunity in the for development of the modern place. Well, to explore the history and economic of Kazakhstan, the identity opportunities for the growth, economic by licensing characteristics and proportion effective wisely and efficiency implementation. So the power of British could not just evolve, but about ancient monuments, the ancient monuments and the temples. Kazakhstan located at the crossroads of Europe and Asia and Africa, coverage and its historical and cultural heritage, sharpened by its knowledge, silver, from yesterday, various leaders and people that have challenges in radio. Uh, every nation is distinguished by its special and culture. The Kazakh people, these are music, what their ancient, their ancient traditions and art and custom. The level of Kazakhstan has lots and lots for Jews, the Saga has Turkish press, Turkish press. Forward, Kazakhstan also has many goodness to need to be developed. Tourism in Kazakhstan has some years before the architecture works and in terms of art, not always there are not enough good content because digital solutions are needed. Also, business from German hotels and services are there are not enough Chinese there are not enough Chinese workers to tourists. These problems make it harder for tourists to enjoy their visit. Improving was hotels and service and information, local health care and on-site work. And yes, my my was the hour. Please forget for closing. Using this it is very comfortable with translators. Comfortable in my I also my own suggestion. We have a bus. We have a bus we have a bus is convenience to travel Kazakhstan for tourists to travel in Kazakhstan. Um, mm, Evolution.
Promotion personal development is it's tourism. The concept with growing those transfer and reported. Really shows similar just since really crazy and then more challenge workers are prepared to have tourism. Since development makes living in Palestine vision more efficient, more enjoyable promotions. Yani Kazakhstan'da her şey belli burası yani sizin ülkesinde daha fazla ülkeler aslında ülkeler. Sizin Kazakhstan'da sağlıklı görevliler şey yani buralar bizde mesela çağda nasıl şey onların için yani global bir şey. Sanırım nasıl biliyorsunuz? Sistemde ana bak bu arada aklınızda. Chile se debe guardare la ley. Y luego guardarse fuera, no la cosa va a cose insieme. Va a usare anche le cose che perché se la va cosa senza hanno Ama bir nation Okay. Give me an example of potential change. Nation. Again, you do a lot of I'm going to do one. I said, do it up. Give me that's nice. So, serious that I have policies. Give me on state. Usually, I don't use someone program this. She says, I had a event over music. I don't know, music. She said, I'm going to easy. Okay, okay. Just having someone to Şahsen, şahsen öpecek, yeniden şahsen öpecek, yeniden yok. Şöyle böyle ben hastalık var böyle şimdi ama faydası. Çay ben aldım, hastalık var böyle böyle. O da kulağımız ağırlıklı kalmak böyle. Cidden vermedim. Olsam yanımda. Şöyle bakalım sen gözünü verdim yansıtmasın. Hastaya kadar oldu. Personally, saving drugs and all this money, my research how is it called? In church English language. That's very good classes. First thing, English has been home based education. Personal based and future career opportunity. Explains the impact of AI tools also distinguished in regulation facilities. For example, just received the legal to it's compared to efficiencies of AI is even learning very traditional learning methods. Education has conservation benefits existing. AI in exam preparation and to provide potential recommendation for experts. AI also has industry the English learning AI is very used in several ways. First of all, adaptive learning systems, grammar learning systems, pronunciation and speaking practice, syntax and conservation practice. The learning platform and data driven feedback. Okay. It's our graphic learning browser of AI education
25 years, or using its experiments among our earliest years, 24 students preparing for IELTS surgery. Its intentions of fixing AI in language learning, personalization, each learner receives content adapted to their level of progress, instant feedback, mistakes and corrected immediately helping the patient. For this, help us actually becoming and motivation, like guidance system encourages the learning and accessibility outreach. Available 24/7 on any device in preparation for global efforts leads to simulate as on thoughtful environments. And our experience, we experience with instead of students for tutorial, first round is functional AI and experiments AI event vocabulary section increasing the functional knowledge AI 58% experiments AI 83%. And it's this example this result each test from reading, listening, and speaking. My notes is instead of comparable to or written language content what actually functions explain and I want to say I was a proof of my own project. I prepared with artificial intelligence 3 months and used the term consecutive as a level zero 1. And that's why I believe this project really works. And in conclusion, I want to say the artificial intelligence is a powerful tool for students who feel uncomfortable learning feedback, learning face to face, and wanted to study
What are the results of this on the evaluate this topics? Is it drama? Done?
drama, drama reading, listening, and speaking.
My business more like was by AI struggle with reading the communication.
Six so on that nonsense we don't want to that shit. Is it all? Yes.
And give us something to add. Yes, and in conclusion,
I want to say is that is for the students who feel uncomfortable learning face to face. Want to learn this.
one training trained on us to use in order to learn to encourage our parents speaking of the reasons ChatGPT is it convenient and for the individual it's just research like we use ChatGPT in order to find some information or I can also some I mean what any workshops security you usually I don't know everyone does it usually everyone after moving to your village I think for teachers and students or also students of people. So what results do you use? Yeah.
It helps to learn these mistakes. Yes,
How much I don't be nauseous? Tell me the truth. I'm not going to be nauseous.
yes.
How long am I in?
3 months.
And um, which method, in which way, in the computer spaces, something more effects, using by AI or doing to costs.
I think
Television.
first of all, you must learn the scopes. Then AI helps us to work with our mistakes to pass this mock test, supervision test, and
Definition.
mhm.
And your aim is to promote the advanced and skills. Yes.
to prepare these topics.
In order to prepare the information все много, все как распущено. Today, a single lemons of Asian minus another account are tenth grade students, and my academic supervision is Johan Data, and I'm here to present my project, which I have worked with a great interest. So it is titled Methods of Using Tones in Teaching English. It's about levels R2 and B1. And so I really believe that my topic is very relevant to this generation because learning English is one of the most important things in this generation. So relevance. The relevance of my work is due to the due to the my project is this is a project of what am I done. The purpose of this of my unit is story story of story of sustained and practical developments of a set of exercises to improve practical skills and teaching English. And the second one is to define effective methods of teaching science in English classrooms. And to do all of that, there were a set of uh, there were sets of until is jobs and so on. Some is okay. Yeah. What is there to have I have two aims. The first one would be consider the choice and carry out the selection of materials for songs. The second one is to develop a set of exercises for the study of English songs. The third one to conduct an experiment on a specially designed program, and the last one is to characterize visual methods of teaching songs in English classrooms. So, one is a significant study. In my research, we had both the theoretical and practical significances. The theoretical significance of the research was lies in the fact that the material on the topic in English and poem has been systemized and its effectiveness of teaching can be useful in teaching methodology for foreign languages. And for practical significance of my research was is that the result of the study can be used when writing education and methodological manuals on teaching English methods. So teaching foreign language on the senior classes of secondary schools. Um, and let's go to the core of the why. Project is a platform. We assume that uh, assume that if we really take the music that really listen, that the students really listen to, we can influence them, and it can be built builds a motivation for them. And also it can be resource for gaining a lot of support visual learn. And and we have a methodology, and in methodology, the number of participants of the six was 54 in terms. So, and we have three main phases. The first one is ascertaining phase, the second one formative phase, the third one is controlling phase. And in the ascertaining phase, we our aim, our purpose was know level of their lexical skills by the tests and observations we know about it. And I will talk about some later. And informative phase, there was using the songs. With the practice, uh, teach them, and so in the last phase, in the third, we take a breakfast from after all of this. We to define our method. Is it true or not true? So in the sixth, we before all of this, we had to do a survey, and I asked them the five main questions. And look at the graph, we can see that a lot of students love music. They want midnight for us, and we do our research. Yeah. So you can see there's yes, the 85, and sometimes is a blue, no is not. So as you can see, there are no chills that not like the music. And so we get to the first stage. In the first stage, you have to do an exam to know their 17. Time's up. Ah, uh, in conclusion, I had the experience was um, to learn English between level classroom and YouTube. We should also uh, add the program like using the English because it's well
to learn, and also it's not also the mm, not also the information. It is also it gains a motivation, and we can use two tools improve their relational skills.
First of all, learn how teamwork. Relationships. Songs, tem várias coisas não específico. Já dá e vai we have fun playing it. Songs we introduce them and we use it. The the first one is 21 from First Jump and the last note and radioactive is the leader from other artists. And the students loved it. It came with to rhythm. Okay, can set out. For example, when dragons deliver, let me start. First, I will say, I forgot to do. No, the second. That's it. Very English was saying this one. That's how we should. Жіберіледі сендердің руководительдеріне. Сендерге де жіберіледі. Дұрыс па? Олар жаңылышқа жіберілген. Жыл сайын жазылатын дүние, программа бәрі ең бастысы сен бір нәрсеге оны сүйене отырып жаздың ғой, бұл бәрі сенің жазған өмірсің, дұрыс па? Сен көрсетіп келесіңдер литературасы вообще дұрыс емес. Сол үшін егер де бір жазса, если айтқанда республикада болса қарайды. Ол любой преподаватель қарайды. Скажем, негізгенде республикада қарайды. Сол үшін it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Mami Kwesibe. I am 11th grade student and I came from second school named after my mom, Slope. And my science project is about the introduction of neologism into the English language due to the development of technology, the digital age of language and technology. So let's start with the introduction. The references. So the reference of studying the introduction of neologism
into the English language in connection with the rapid development of modern technologies is determined by the dynamic nature of linguistic change and the growing influence of digitalization on everyday communication. And in the 21st century, English has become not only the global medium of international dialogue, but also the primary language of science, technology, and the internet. Studying new words connected to technology is very important. It matters not only for the language, but also for daily life. And such analysis helps us to understand how the language will evolve in the future. Also, enhances our comprehension of communication skills both daily life and work. Also provides valuable insights for education, translation, and the intercultural communication today. So the research aim is to understand how technological development includes the definition and speed of knowledge in the English language. So let's get to the main part. So main part, theoretical part, definition and classification of neologism. The term neologism comes from the Greek word neo meaning new and logos meaning word or speech. Thus the literal meaning of the word is a new word. In linguistics, neologism is understood as a newly coined word, expression, or a new definition of an already existing word which appears in a language describing a phenomena, object, or idea. And then also, I have prepared the problem statement in this spur. What is the problem statement? So the problem statement is new technology develops fast and they create many new words. And students often have difficulty understanding them and using them in real life. They're like, what is that? I don't know what is that. And as the author of this project, I've addressed this problem by creating a special teaching guide. Using this teaching guide, I developed this neologism book. Neologism book, which will help to the students, also to the teachers, to better understand the neologisms and easily, very effortlessly use them in real life. Also, this approach has made the learning process more easily and accessible for children. And the system topic of my scientific project has been solved by many linguists. My innovation in this area is the creation of visual materials like this for convenient explanation of neologisms in connection with technology, social media to students and to the teachers. Yeah. Yes, this is a book. Yes, this is just a book. It's like you can play it games, matching games. I will tell you about the matching games later. You can watch here. Look, it's a matching games. Can I continue? Yeah. Okay. So let me tell you the classification neologisms. The first is by origin. All of neologisms were sent in another language. Some from Japanese and I'm sorry, English from Japanese, some from Italy. And by from next to neologisms in words, for example, future building law and semantic neologisms. There exist words that have gained and meaning. For example, cloud stretch and word building neologisms formed through combining meaning or application, such as negative, it's like an internet plus citizen, or printed, it's like a financial plus technology. The next is by spirit use general neologisms. They're widely used in everyday communication. You can notice them everywhere. And the last one is professional neologisms. They use it in specific fields. For example, algorithm, blockchain, and IT. So finally, we are into technological neologisms. Okay. So the spirit technology is the most active generator of modern English. The speed of the internet, mobile application, English vocabulary has constantly enriched with new words. For example, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deepfake, streaming, app, podcast, TikToker, a lot of them. And while preparing my research, I was also surfing the internet in search of the hours to study knowledge in the field of technology. During the search, I came across several interesting hours such as ad analysis and data journals. I couldn't find her picture, I'm sorry, but I found her book. And Adam Alexey. So Adam Alexey is a young American linguist and science writer. He's better known by his nickname, the etymology nerd. Etymology is the study of the word's origin, roots, and their history. And nerd is a modern English word used for a person who's very passionate or deeply interested in a specific field. For example, math nerd. For for example, I'm an English nerd. Yeah. So, what is his book about? His book, as I speak, is about how social media is transforming the future of the language. It's about how social media and digital culture create new words and change the way we use language. So, the next person is David Kermans. David Kermans created this in a book of New York in 2015. And she studies how new words, especially this that relates to the internet and technology, become accepted into the English language. In her research, she doesn't invent new words, but carefully studies those that have appeared in English language. And in her book, she gives us detailed explanations of how popular technology and internet-related words become accepted into the English language, also were created and spread. Yeah, and the next is linguistic aspects of translating English technical knowledge into Kazakh language. So, translating technological knowledge is from English into Kazakh can be difficult because technology develops fast and the new words appear almost every day. And when we translate them, we need to make them meaning very clear and follow the rules of the Kazakh language. And there are certain ways to translate English knowledge into Kazakh language. The first is borrowing, taking the English word as it is, but sometimes with small changes in pronunciation. For example, in my electronic posta, internet, and a smartphone, just a small change in some change the pronunciation, and that's all. And adaptation, changing the word slightly to Kazakh song and grammar. And final completion strategy. Sometimes translators use more than one method to translate them. And in summary, translating technological knowledge,
The time is not easy.
please can I continue?
No.
Please, just give me 2 minutes, please.
Okay. In one, just 1 minute.
Okay. In summary, translating technological knowledge, the careful person translator must decide whether to borrow the word as it is or explain it in a simple language. And finally, practical part, a survey on the knowledge of technological knowledge, recently and algorithms. The purpose of the survey is to explore how well different people better understand the technological knowledge in English language. This research focuses on generation B and adult audience. Because first of all, I want to give you the list of the words that I took during my interview, and also you can watch the interview while clicking this QR code. Please watch it. So the word is app, TikToker, live, selfie, email, IT, and a lot of them. And finally, let's look at the survey, the analysis of the survey. The first is Generation C. Generation C shows higher recognition of slang-related and social media related knowledge. And this is because they actively use the.
Can I ask something?
Yeah, of course.
Can I ask something? Do you have honors tests?
No, I'm sorry, I haven't passed the exam, but I'm going to.
We can see
So, traditional methods are a lot of them. You can, for example, it's artificial intelligence, machine learning, deepfake, and streaming. Also apps, and a lot of them. Also, I would like to suggest you read Adam Alice's book. You can find his books here. The links to his books. I also prepared the suggestions and recommendations.
How do you already use helps students in your community?
So technologies are one of the most important aspects in nowadays. It's because technology develops fast, and they also give us a lot of knowledge. And in order to be in global trends, like use slangs, we need to learn more knowledge. And while, for example, in English, a lot of knowledge is also in Kazakh language. Like, for example, like it's like can you put a love to me? I'm correct. You just say, can you like my photo? So this will be more precise and actual, like relevant, like. But here is some suggestions and recommendations I prepared for you. Please, can you guys?
Your time is up. Thank you. The next is you are social.
Okay.
So,
Thank you for and I'd like to to watch this interview. It's very interesting. Yes, I asked my teachers, a lot of students, to join to the interview. So
I will definitely.
yeah, of course, but I understand you. Yeah, I understand you.
It's very nice to meet you. Super awesome volunteer.
Oh, I really appreciate it. This is my second science project, and I'm really excited because I now experiencing it for the second time, and I think I will do it one more time. So thank you for that experience. It was so much. So, oh, that's all. Yeah, bye. See you. Sarılaştırırsa, kim kaldırırsa sarılaştır. А болду да келесте. Келесте билген. Важно, ее не быть никогда меньше исследовать. Мне не понравилось. Да, Жанир Асимай. Помогают вообще. А вот самого чайных. Я не могу делать чайных. Связывайся. Если Что ты делаешь? Сделала. Слайдшоу, мы сразу говорим, она Саша, лампочка. Today, my name is Shirley. My school number 48. My suburb is Istanbul. So, my project is to learn English throughout the Wednesday series. Today I'm excited to introduce my scientific project. We can explore watching English language series and the approach for some language skills. There also we can use series. We can use series and languages series to enhance vocabulary, linguistic comprehension, speaking abilities, and cultural understanding in English. For this project, I conducted this experiment with the age of to understand age of the light of approach to enhance the vocabulary. Vocabulary. What is the first series? So subtitles. I decided to have series in English. English, I have watched series before with subtitles. And I don't like it, so I choose to watch it in English to expand my vocabulary. However, during my first attempt, I struggled to understand every word and wanted to figure out their meanings. When I watched the first episode, I already understood what was being said. The risk was that the character spoke very quickly until it wasn't nearly it was able to catch every word. I'm not sure if she was a good idea. Coming into the Adams is a undertaking school. That people who straight your questions go. In my mentors was the idea was to put hundreds of adolescents in public schools people exchange questions. My second experience at the second was a series Wednesday by style. We started the students is I pose attention about where the words were placed and how they were used. I also use it to translate and terminals and words and they have learn a lot of new vocabulary. Should I watch it with subtitles as a first I listen this word is used in the way and that word is said like this, which helped me understand the mistakes I made in first experiments. I'm not sure this was the idea. You specific you should go. In the third experiment, I started improving my speaking skills using the shadowing technique where I speak silent with the actors repeating their lines as closely as possible. I really enjoyed this method because it felt like I was immersed myself in language in a more active way by copying the lyrics, intonation, and the pronunciation of actors. I hope practice my speaking in a more natural context. Я так хочу, чтобы ты уже начинал значить, там здесь from this episode of series of Wednesday, psychology helps you understand what you practice and matter what is to gain attention. Wednesday, for a short I wasn't telling you amazing. You got all of it decided I'm lying and know what I said. Psychology, your life is the hat I was talking about people the thing it deserves to be and visit upon something. Wednesday, don't try until learn into the world of your psychological terms. And a lot of vocabulary from the episode fitness. Perfect, the business, Victor, Uzman, Natalie, Jayla. Survey. Before I conducted the survey, I contacted my classmates of my out of my classmates, 12 students agreed to participate. Had English proficient level after and before. Another conclusion. The third experiment I wanted to see. Third experiment, along with the third, along with the along the survey the facts and the survey the facts and the demonstrate that teaching English language is serious as part of language learning is not only enjoyable but also highly effective. Highly effective, the immersive and interactive watching the series nature of watching the series helps develop listening and speaking and vocabulary. Uh, Thank you for your attention. Совсем. Балдар, keyword сөйлемі, кірпі сөздер, күншілі саласы, кірпі сөздер, conversational speaking осы теманы бірақ қазақша айтып деген күшті тема деңгейде қатты
Because residents can to a population with subtitle. Yes, vocabulary is vocabulary, vocabulary. Se mora no Rio de Janeiro, se eu já sou da sexta vez que estava na Associação da Baixa. Mas essa pessoa pergunta os carros para chegar da já. Eles fazem também um sistema para pessoa. Outro os carros pedir agora. Ага, қанша проценті үйренген хотя бы шанс обязательно. Я сейчас говорю, очень сложно. Вообще, надо сложно, ничего не знаю. Что общение людей о сочетании структуры, социализм, последний класс, что-то баллами пишется. Не вот дефицит бедных нет. Да, потому что просто лишь история, да. Если говорят по Европе, да, это все случаи, я знаю, что там, да, всегда, что не баллы, да, все пройти. Я сам не знаю, что можно видеть. Хорошо, есть очень еще соответственно, сегодня зал что мне вот если я
Hemen sorry. Yeah. Yes, Understood.
Сегодня ну, запахи бесконечно список золота. Фамилия Столбов, шале дороже. Шале дороже. Шале я сама Doesn't be judged from confidence on usually not I will present my copy. My copy is the role of artificial intelligence for English vocabulary. The aim is the ability also. Свирно. Окей. Это очень важно. Is to analyze the types of artificial intelligence and identify their strengths and weaknesses to develop weaknesses and develop the most effective one. Then well, that is the analysis of artificial intelligence platform and wherever their advantages and disadvantages. The common is the most effective artificial intelligence platform. The first advantage is augmented accessibility. The sign of the future and the event is not common the event is not known by the chicken. This student can assist his own work, but all can answer and develop his own works. The second advantage is the evaluation of augmented text. Artificial intelligence can effectively analyze the structure, vocabulary, choice, grammatical characteristics, and the even writing style. Artificial intelligence we can identify errors such as spelling, grammar, and punctuation and provide detailed recommendations for correcting them. This helps us understand our mistakes and use grammar rules and structure more effectively. Audio analysis and assessment of speaking skills. We can employ our artificial intelligence and can analyze our communication, intonation, speech rates, and all the aspects of speech. They identify communication errors subject to problems and provide feedback. Interactive exercise and tests. Using artificial intelligence technologies, learning platforms can provide interactive exercise and tests according to the student's knowledge level. This allows students more effectively access the learning knowledge and skills in practical situations.
types of artificial intelligence platforms. All platforms, grammar, Rosetta, Duolingo, assist Doctor has a long time of language which artificial intelligence is also individual capability that learning to personalize learning and motivate students again, especially younger students to improve skills, also speak total communication and check our speech. Grammar is still source as to spell grammar and sentence structure providing detailed comments by providing detailed insights. ChatGPT to help to get answered information and we can use it any time. For various of the story you can see these artificial intelligence platforms are very useful. Therefore, I started the recommend those platforms to my classmates. After using those artificial intelligence platforms, regularly my classmates to have check progress. Conclusion. I can use that artificial intelligence platforms were very useful for me and for all of my and my all my classmates. Here I know that artificial intelligence can impact students to development, but if we use them in a correct way. As they can be very useful for us. Here I wanted to share one example. For example, if you use a knife for what purposes, then it can or finger or an intelligent person. How if you use a knife for good purpose, then we can do a lot of good activities. We can separate potatoes and tomatoes, so it is some with artificial intelligence. If you use this for that purpose, then we can become very lazy people because artificial intelligence can do everything for us. But if you use artificial intelligence for bad purpose, then we can improve our writing, grammar, speaking, and even listening. So I recommend you to analyze the platforms before you start. Arkadaşlar, biz жасанды интеллектті мен өзіме және мен басқа сайт арқылы нәтижелерін көрді. Сонымен қатар біз осы жақсы нәтиже көрсете білген сайын біз дәрежеміз жоғары болады. Мысалы, ал нәтижеміз төмен болған сайын, мысалы үшін пышақ секілді біздің қол пышақ секілді адамды өлтіруге тиіс. Шарт мысалы жаман жақтан қолдануға жақсы жақтан мысалы жаман жақтан қолдану ол сияқты нені келтірді осы дүниеге нені келтірді соның любой мемлекетте ағылшын тілі өте көп өте аз и аны дұрыс қолданса дұрыс соны ғана например, Агылшын. Қандай ойлар мен қазір граммармен істейтін граммар қойсесің нәтиже pronunciation завершение своей pronunciation я сізге қатын түрде жүретін мен ол менің қате сөздерімді жинамайды және мен қате кеткен жерлерімді ол маған шығып беріп отырады және граммар білесің мен жаңа сөздерімді апайлардың сөздерінен жаңағы естілген үшін айтқандары көбісін жіберіп Very, very. Seeking technology, техника 좀 не сразу выполнили. А вот это сразу
Yes, sorry. Hello, my full name is Sultan. I'm an 11th grade student at school number 3 named after Moldova. The theme of the work is uh, uh, the theme of the work is using STEAM technology elements in English lessons. Why STEAM matters in education? Modern education system nowadays only needs to develop not only language skills, but also problem solving, critical and creative thinking, and also at the same time, digital literacy. STEAM is one of the best ways to develop these 21st century skills. However, STEAM nowadays is mostly in technical subjects, while its potential in language learning remains underused. That's why my project focuses on influence of these STEAM in English lessons. The aim of the project is to focus on and explore how STEAM works on these English lessons and a student's motivation and their creativity. There are four objects that I want to point out. The first, to study the theoretical aspects of STEAM. Second, to adapt STEAM elements in lessons. Third, to implement them in real life activities. And fourth, to analyze their impact on students. STEAM elements can be seamlessly integrated into English lessons to make learning more engaging and meaningful. Creative writing, storytelling, and drama are all areas where STEAM can be incorporated. I conducted two STEAM-based lessons. First lesson was a designing a storyboard. Students use their knowledge of visual arts and storytelling to create a storyboard for a short story. And the second lesson was a building a diorama. Students design and build dioramas representing scenes from classic literature using their spatial reasoning and problem-solving skills. The STEAM approach builds interdisciplinary skills by connecting subjects and language. Reading a text in another language helps students improve their language and subject at the same time and understanding of this subject.
For example, what two subjects can we integrate into?
For example, maths,
Yes.
yeah, and storytelling. For example, like um, make a stories or make a short stories or
IT and
yeah, I
open
think
source. Yes.
art.
No.
Yeah,
STEAM method.
yeah. Advantages of STEAM in language learning. STEAM helps increase engagement, develop critical and creative thinking, connect English with real life tasks, and improve communication and teamwork. And it helps make learning more practical and meaningful. Effective STEAM-based learning requires a multifaceted approach that goes beyond traditional tests, focusing on process and development. First, teachers should allow students to showcase their work, demonstrating their understanding and communication skills. Then they ought to observe student engagement, motivation, problem solving, teamwork, and creative thinking during projects. And the last step is encouraging students to reflect on their learning journey, identifying their strengths and areas for improvement. After the lesson, I conducted a short survey, and 45% said it was very effective, and 15% of them felt more confident using English in practice. These results prove that STEAM methods positively affects students' motivation and learning outcomes. Overall, my research shows that integrating English with STEAM elements is effective, modern, and necessary. STEAM makes lessons more dynamic, motivates students, develops essential 21st century skills, helps students use English in real world problems. And there are some recommendations. Use small STEAM projects regularly in lessons. Apply digital tools, interactive apps, and creative tools. Organize teachers' training on STEAM methods. Encourage interdisciplinary skills in lessons. So, STEAM isn't just a method, it's a powerful approach that develops language, creativity, and thinking at the same time. Thank you for your attention.
What is the novelty?
Uh,
Novelty.
Novelty.
Research novelty.
It's using Steam.
Like it's not introduced. It is being used for many years.
But I don't think so, because nowadays we don't use them as actively as we used to. Maybe we have to recreate it again or develop it more.
Um, Still, so once again, abbreviation. Oh, this is the word.
Yeah,
This is abbreviation.
yeah.
Can you?
It's science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics.
So, the role of the function is to use them as much.
Yeah, it's not used as much as we need it actually.
Uh-huh.
So we have to use it more.
We all verify when we use the thing. But also, so check. That's not what you got. Just Neler bekle çıkartsa. Hiç suratlar yok. Ben de getirsin. Hadi gideceksin. Hepsi de böyle çok iyi olan. Sinirli. Bir şey yapıyorsun. Bugün çıksın. Parmaklardan. Ama sesini de aslında arkadaşım ben istedim. Sonra çalışsın. Peki sonra değil de Yes. So, somebody did this grade. So, I'm currently in the 10th grade. So, today, right now, I'm going to talk about my science literature. It started off a new era as the role of artificial intelligence. All products have very key aspects, but the process is further than the document to build out. So, it's an ornamental research. I have two ways in the trade knowledge for this. Eight. First, to explore and demonstrate the effectiveness of AI tools that can show artificial intelligence that reading my medical errors. And 11, to use of new technology in modern communication. Second, to develop high quality accelerated skills for global business. And the last one, prepare for Olympiad meetings and apps such as programming. So next, let's talk about the importance of my project. I've been most accelerating with the most concerned. It develops critical thinking, thinking further audience knowledgeability, and improve their language success. As they are used not only in language lessons, but also in the speech, history, literature, and social studies too. They also play role in representation exams like IELTS and curriculum. However, right mistakes are not very easy, so many students make rather common mistakes, consist of some style dependence and correction. Every time have we celebrated and eliminated the category. At this point, any tools preserve function systems. So next, the examples for AI tools. One of the great questions including country in the integration of artificial intelligence into education. And what kind of education is gravity? By this is the app made of gravity. So gravity has also advantages like partial grammatical errors, common mistakes with articles, references, boyfriends, and sentence structure. Recovery enrichment, abstract techniques and outside expression. Improvement of style and structure. Program indicate whether the sentence are to go or unclear. And the last one indicate feedback. Students see their mistakes instantly and correct them. And also one relationship about roughly that according to Wikipedia, more than 30 countries use Java
as active users. So they actually really um, so there I had a video where I explained how to use Grammarly. You just write your essay in Grammarly, or you can copy your essay and also take a photo of your essay in your school notebook. And also at the back, I had a place where Grammarly explains to me my mistake and how can I solve it. So further, harmful mistakes in the essay. The three we had three discrete sites. First, correct errors. Second, paragraph. Third, clarity. So in this photo, you can see that roughly marks like every mistake in a lot of colors. For instance, correct errors, grammar spelling, and punctuation indicated. Paraphrase or suggestion, new vocabulary in purple, and the loss of clarity, grammar suggested by the groups unnecessary work in blue. So that's the these colors I would know and understand what kind of mistake I made. And also I have to solve them. And also in the next picture you can see that grammar rate becomes to use. If you know it's significantly critical or crucial, it's not using a very important term space for beginners. So next to that grammar or students before adapting using Grammarly. Before using Grammarly, they had a tweet grammar, the whole punctuation, and I ate that having mistakes. But after using Grammarly, these numbers are the grades. From 20 to 5, from 12 to 3, so 8 to 1. And I think learning is really so for beginners. And I can provide you one example how Grammarly creates our mistakes. Like, is it an ATM version? That would right, yes, but it will ask that sometimes make mistakes in grammar and vocabularies. And this is after grammar correction. Nowadays, students write essays quickly, but they sometimes make mistakes in grammar and vocabulary. So, for that purpose for essays, it's common written for essays. So, in my first essay, I have tried to grammar, what is situation in my vocabulary mistakes. And it's probably almost only 60%. So, this was my biggest problem. So, the process was in my second and third essay, because this mistake reading is very fast. So, if I look at my last essay, I had only 5 rows for punctuation and only one vocabulary mistake. It is clearly one, of course, and it is a great person. So categorically, just artificial intelligence, I could solve my biggest problem. So after that, finally, the conclusion. In conclusion, the role of artificial intelligence is major. The reason that it can teach you everything and bring great benefits. Additionally, I can't for people just by excellence or the great language to use artificial intelligence. Because it will help you to more efficiently faster. Artificial intelligence power is really insane. Yes, it develops people's critical thinking, but it has a place for critical thinking. And you should remember that. So that was my project. Thank you for attention. And being against formation that I should use the island more than to everybody's legislation. Yes. Let's appreciate your reference such as you want to find over very old steps and goals being high, like very grammar programming is safe. And what is the Noticing show people how artificial intelligence can help for people to develop let's say high quality learning skills. Because this is that you can write essays with great and you can pass the IELTS or TOEFL and go to the ability. Now in our nowadays, in this generation, a lot of people want to enroll together. So almost all of them has IELTS. So for IELTS, you have to get very calculated writing.
How did you use it out of your fantasy? Did you write the topic of your essay and you used to the answer of how it works? Just I wonder how it works. I don't know. Of course, you will give us rather than so important on number is saying even if I will the process I use the idea that visualize and the relationship between complicated distance and when they analysis how things how did you use to say there are sometimes it's not exactly doesn't give you ready ready and the great estate you write the estate and just eat correct state like checks what kind of mistake he made it shows them it doesn't break your analysis down there did you no they're like this so how the picture how many checks on the yes itu выделяет слова, я выделяет слова для одной para principais responsáveis não existem. Eu não vou ver como que está sendo. Я, например, examine смотрю, как здесь. Here I forgot to add some kind of things there, but here I have a video that I showed it because at the top was a page where it explains the how to write it. And there also have a paraphrase words like here it explains doesn't Yes. I have practical 1 year, so here I already take September, October, and since I really go for the two adventure colleges, well, I don't take this notebook when I started learning English. So there also have a lot of estates, but from 22 to 1994. Wait, yes. We started by the results. Businesses are certain vision also businesses are the same too. Business already has I see. Asking the word, the Catholics, should they rather so I just live in the other because you know. What's going on in the nice? It's great. It's something new. I don't know. So, turn for the beginnings to watch this. It's kind of like what's the business lifestyle? There is a little and your support was very good and
And they are activities for dormitory students. That's why in research, in our century, we have a large percentage time of teenagers who are spending their time or just scrolling TikTok or watching some romantic videos. And especially in dormitory, we have to meet a lot of difficulties when we are learning English. So in the end, because of this whole reason, students cannot achieve their dream and cannot enter any university like losing by. So the aim of my work is to show that with managing time effectively, it is always possible to learn English at a fluent level. So the hypothesis now, not every teenager just use their time correctly, and they cannot use just they cannot spend their most of time on social media correctly. And exactly in dormitory, I think it is something like impossible due to the fact after that how students finish all their school subjects. They were starting just they wanted to relax and they are scrolling TikTok and waste all their time for social net. And the focus of my work is time management and learning English in dormitory students' daily life. And it is the most interesting part of my research work. It's of course the practical part how everything was started. When I was in seventh grade, I really want to know why not every second student in our dormitory can enter the dream university. So in eighth grade, I understood only one girl can enter for dream university, and she was the only girl in our school. She got 7.5 score in our citizen. So she was the only student, and after that, how I had a really good conversation with her, I started switching students except her, and they were invited to us, and Stanshula, and Mimoko by Yetijan, that they are really wishing score in IELTS season. After that, it was really interesting, and I had a little interview with English tutor who called Mojan Sedek, the most famous tutor. Maybe you know about him. So he also gave me a lot of explanation how time management is really important in dormitory students, for dormitory students. And after that, how I have analyzed every single minute and every single thing. So I just started my researching work. So my first victim was my roommates, and they were also interested with English, but they didn't know how they are started their way in English, learning English. So uh, we just did a lot of experiments and we found a lot of type of methods and techniques in learning English. But you can see they are the best methods. And if you are using it, so I'm sure you will have, I will give you warranty maybe that you will have a really good result. So, but you might be careful. Time management is not the only thing. You might have discipline also. So, motivation, the temporary thing, after you might have motivation and you study only 1 hour, but discipline it means you must study once for 1 year. And it will proceed always. So only this one, this two of them, both of them can give you a result. And there are examples in the frog by Brian Tracy. Maybe you know this task method. It means you have four skills, for instance, in our system, you have four skills, and the most hardest for you maybe is writing. So you will start with writing, and you will finish with the easiest skill, and it gives you more motivation. And Brian Tracy just proved it. And don't break the chain by Jerry Seinfeld. You can know when you can make this thinking in Atomic Habits by James Clear. But here you can know a large percentage of items about this technique. It means just don't skip any day and repeat process your start with English. So that's the Pomodoro technique. It means 25 minutes you will study and don't look nowhere. And after that, you will get 5 minutes relaxing time. But you must be careful in 5 minutes. You don't have to waste your time just scrolling TikTok or watching some reels in Instagram. So 5 minutes you must ask yourself, and you will repeat this action twice or third time in a day. And here is an example how we spent with my friends one day in dormitory school on average. Yes, also for dormitory.
Not for all. Only
No, this method is for all students, but this model, a little model, just my day. Is I'm living in dormitory, and that is my yes, my favorite work. So it's on average, I think every second student is free time after 4 p.m. and for from p.m. to 10 till 10, so all students are free and they can just spend their time with beautiful things like here you there is special time to your school subjects and your dinner. And after that you must spend all your time to get the best present. So but I did every single thing, but it was really just hard to do every single thing in one day. I think it's not only for me, it's for every student it will be so hard. And I did a little bit of website that created by myself and by Canva artificial intelligence. And the name of the site is Color Qualify. In this site, we combine the app focus font with these techniques. Almost already with that problem. Maybe you know focus font application, it means you must sit only in this application. If you replace this application with TikTok or YouTube channels, so your time will not count. And for dormitory students, I think Qualify is the best website. If you want, I can create it right now and it is the easiest. Every student can do it. I'm sure about it. But here you must write your what do you need correctly, and Canva artificial intelligence will create the best website to your dormitory school. And this is the students' feedback about the cheap structure website. It is QR code. You can see her feedback for this website. And in this website, you combine the application and the certificate. Okay. And there is also a little example. Equal frog technique, it means after that, how you finish every single game, so you must give you something for motivate yourself the second part. And it is a little part of chocolate. If you are doing the right things, so you will get this chocolate. It is a little part to the students for dormitory. And there is a students who really use this methods, this website, and could achieve their dream. At the beginning of this process, it was 50 students. However, not you say that not everyone will achieve their dream due to the fact they were so impatient and it was really hard to do work with discipline. And the 10 students, you can say it's about in 3 months, they achieved their wishing score in IELTS exam, and it is the future result in 2026. So I really hope in the future they will got the score and they will enter their wishing university, like the best university in Central Asia, like Nazarbayev. So conclusion is I shared these results. Firstly, I shared these results to my classmate. After that, I was sure and I just shared that this girl was the coolest school. And I think the aim was achieved and my perspective was correct. In the future, not only the village that I'm living in, our elementary school, will use it. In the future, all country use this method and technique, so they will also achieve their dream and learn English as their second language. So the next method is not every student has same age and same level in English learning. So I plan maybe in the future I will do some websites just looking their age and looking students level like like qualifying. There are some students who use this bias to learn.
You're going to be
Yes, it's my own app, but you know, saying yes, for cities and same labels, due to the fact that not we cannot say who have the same level in English, they can study together because they have not same to the world and they are opening is different. And there is a QR code that I gave you, and you can see how I create this website. And this QR code into this website is too, and it is a lot similar with application. Yes, I'm going to post this. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, saya butuh obat cuma satu yang dalam
Yes.
dalam Allah. Hello, dear beautiful judges. My name is Khan. Taught words from the English language is among your people. Purpose to study the extent to which English is formed in the communication style of young people around you today. Obligation and knowledges of certain materials related to the topic. Beginning in the volume, the knowledge of the subject of the English language, literature periods, first and second, third, literature period. Expect results. English is an international language according to modern input words from the English language are one of the West language development. Introduction, for example, laptop, scanner, internet website, the English language doesn't have translation in all language. For example, chess before entering the club page control image show performance on the one hand, foreign words from the English language expands the vocabulary. According to many problems and algorithms, about the current situation. There are so many current words that have entered the English language. Reason for the appearance of foreign words. Today, first was of appearance of input words that, and the second according to the new information technologies presented in the international scientific. And today, a quarter of the world speak English, and the billions of people are in it. What's made of the English words, second-hand figures alone. High appreciation of the status of foreign words, including words from exciting, despite the national notation of anthropology, into words can be divided into several groups. Reason for the reason for the appearance of foreign words to transfer preserved in its original form, uniqueness, and in all languages, these words are pronounced exactly as they are. These words weaken application, many money, and the confused translation. These words include speaker to speak part. Communication framework of English words, first higher politics. In recent years, some foreign language words have been used in the vocabulary. In the second mass information, this space is being replenished very quickly with entry words from the English language. And the internet, the daily growth of internet use by this and the causes flash drive and the chat. Scope of English words, sports, cosmetics, children's cinema, and the music. It turns out that the familiar words stemming from the English language, new typologies are better than new names, words are spoken. The words spoken in English, cinema, music, the spoken words is a strong source of the English language, and many of the English language through pop culture have entered without hindrance. To determine the reason for the appearance of foreign words, of words among students, 21% of those were against use of bad words say that people who say this words do not understand the meaning of the words. And for example, blockbuster, makeup, and click maker, drive, launch, sell, and writing, poster, and control. Appendix, prolongation of many and English words, boyfriend, okay, party girl, yani dost bola, baru boylardan sohbetleşir, kız boylarken, boyfriend, okay, party, and the girl. Okay. Conclusion, the purpose of this project is to determine the extent to which the English language takes place in the language of students. It is impossible to stop this flow. However, the variable of foreign words from the English language does not have use on the contrary native language. As well, we should always keep the status of all language cards. My recommendation is booklets written on the methods of teaching memorization of the English language is good. If the English literature textbook is taught in the school, magazines and booklets about first games for memorizing the English language, its classrooms are equipped with modern technology in accordance with effective methods of teaching English.
Но жұмысы ежедневно требованиям соответствует. Алайда, произношение может серьезно, то есть your topic is English words used among young people. What is of course, there are many modern words that they use by young people. But what is the difference? Важно. Я, а вот же определенно слово мне еще цель еще доказать. Конечно, новости. Слово есть сожрать, хорошо чувствую бывает. Я не
Бұның мақсаты, яғни қазіргі заманда дамып келе жатқанда бұл сөздерді қолдану адаммен тілдесуде немесе біреумен сөйлесу сияқты олай айтуға оңайына жеткізген.
Тема өзі қарасаңшы әшейін ағылшын сөздері жастардың арасында. Оның жақсы жағын жаман жағын. Өйткені біз мысалы қолданып обратный шаг жақсы интегрироваться это глобальный бұл да бізге жақсы түсінген.
Қазіргі заманда зиян жағынан пайдасы бар ғой. Мысалы, сіз айтып өткендей пайдалары, яғни жастар арасында көп қолданып жатыр, ал зияны ол мүмкін ересек адамдарға түрі көрінеді. Бұны көбінесе жастар қолданады.
Мен түсіндім, бірақ та название бизнес, да, я просто все вообще ағылшын сөздер жастардың арасында пишеді. Түсінбеймін, неміс, көзі хорошо, қандай сөздерді көбейсе қолданады ағылшын.
Мысалы, әртүрлі жаңағы психологиялар, кейс контрол деген сияқты. Көбінесе осы жасанды интеллектке байланысты қолданылады. Телефон, гаджет, планшет. Көбінесе респект айтамыз. Шоу деген бұлардың қорғаныстағы сөздер бар.
Оформление хорошей работы, передача вечером. Ағылшын білмеймін. Фильмдер сөздерге
Сол қолданылатын сөздер бар. Şöyle tamam ya.
My name is Monica. I study in 10th grade. The theme of my project is the benefits and risks of artificial intelligence in education. Artificial intelligence has become an important part of our lives and an important part of many areas such as education. It can quickly analyze large amounts of information and handle routine tasks and help students with teaching and maintain personalized learning. Overview of AI in education. The first is intelligent tutoring system. AI can act like a personal tutor and help students based on their needs. Then data analysis. AI studies students' results in real time and help teachers define where students struggle. Then administrative automation. AI also helps teachers by automating tasks like grading and attendance, so they can focus on teaching. Enhance learning opportunities. I can say that the major benefit of AI is its ability to adapt to each student's need, to each student's level. I mean, personalized learning. It identifies strengths and weaknesses of students and offers suitable tests with the most comfortable learning style. Then extend feedback. AI gives quick correction so students can fix their mistakes immediately. And expanded access. AI also improves access, especially for students who live in low income in remote areas. They can use online classes and virtual platforms. It helps them to study anywhere without any problem. Uh, Personalized learning pattern. Statement. AI knows what AI identifies what students already know. Then adaptation. AI changes lessons based on progress. Then customization. AI creates plans for lessons for students, not only for lessons and for daily routines to any plans that you want. Then progress tracking. AI monitors improvement and adjusts difficulty. Then impact on critical thinking and creativity. However, there is also risk of using AI application. For example, structured learning. AI may limit creative exploration, then problem solving. AI may lead students to over-rely on technology, so they just start to follow quick and simple solutions. They stop thinking deeper for themselves and creative expressions. AI may not support original ideas and innovations, risk taking. AI also doesn't have feelings and emotions and they can support and understand us like our teachers do. Uh, Research findings. Here is research findings with students in our school. We had a test with students in our school, and results showed that test competency in problem solving and critical analysis uh, showed better results if students used AI correctly, but creative thinking showed lower results compared to traditional methods. Balancing benefits and risks. 80% is future interest means that students want to use AI in their future education. 72% is task assistant. It means that AI helps students with complex task completion. Then 30% is technical challenges. It means that some students face technical problems while using artificial intelligence. Um, in conclusion, I want to say that artificial intelligence can be very useful in education. It should be used carefully without taking away the outside of teaching. We should use it as a helper, not as a shortcut. And it can improve our critical thinking only if we will use it in correct way. We we just need to find the balance between using AI and traditional lessons. That's the only and the best way to escape negative effects while using artificial intelligence in education. Um, Students start to over-rely on technologies. They stop thinking for themselves. They start to just choose solutions given by technology by AI. So their creative thinking will be so low results.
Benefits or risks?
Jane, in my opinion, benefits because we can escape these problems if you will use it in correct way. So we can improve creativity because it will be as a helper, not as a main source of education, source of teaching. So we can just fix our mistakes. We can do our tasks faster, and I think the benefits have is more than negative outputs than additional work. Risks. What was that? It was what я теоретически сначала был философ лейтенант. Тебе в этом чисто. Значит, у вас там есть просто надо учиться, ты не после его Is our children Sugar here, let's see, generation. No, I don't want to. Okay. Definitely, my name is Master. I will not create restaurants to the village cases who not consider the first name adaptation around my mind. Today, I will present my project Artificial Spread or Fall. AI is everywhere involved computer, social media, and its experts. My project explores it explores the ways that AI is not only helpful or it can also be harmful. Research purpose. The purpose of my research is to understand what artificial intelligence is and to explore its positive and negative effects on human life. And the findings is that to share my own opinion based on my findings. What is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is the technology that allows computers to think like humans. It can understand speech, recognize images or text, and analyze information to make decisions. This example includes serious anxiety and YouTube recommendations. Benefits of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence help us in many areas of life. In education, explain reading and comprehension learning, yes, and help with languages. In healthcare, AI helps diagnose disease and help with this and save life. For example, development application in daily life, smart homes, smart city systems, save the servers and servers and voice commands that save time and more. Save times and make life more convenient. Save times and voice payment, save time, and make life more convenient. AI also uh, also inspire creativity, helping people make art and music. Land children and the government saving risks and the dangers of AI. Artificial intelligence also has risks. It can replace humans and in some jobs, threaten privacy, but threaten our actions and it has spread false information through different users. Our dependence on AI. Our dependent on AI stop students from thinking themselves from thinking for themselves. Student results. I conducted a short survey with students. When students 80% said AI is usable, 50% said it could be true, and the 5% said they don't know about it. Much about it. This shows that mass stress AI is visible. AI is some are aware of its system. Biz mектеп бойынша сауалнама жүргіздік. Оны ағылшын екі тілде, ағылшын және қазақ тілінде жүргіздік. Оған тек оқушылар ғана емес, мұғалімдер де қатысты. Осының мектеп бойынша жүргізгеннің нәтижесінде осылай нәтиже көрсетті. Және де conclusion, artificial intelligence can be used under French and therefore it depends on how we use it. If used wisely, it can help humans grow, learn, and live better. But if misused or overused, it may cause harm. In the next stage of my research, I plan to test in the test of effective on using AI in the classroom and classroom through a practical experiment. Practical essays. This may look as it could be just theoretical, but still based on real practical results. Artificial intelligence is AI can help humans and intelligence ол немесе оның зияны мен пайдасы бар, бірақ зияны да ол кейбір кезде оқушылар өздері андай мысалы ChatGPT алайық ChatGPT бізде кейбір кезде өздік ол оқушыларға оқуға егер өзінің миын дамыта алмайды да ChatGPT-ге көшірген сайын Барлық береді ғой соңғы жүрген сайын оған оқушыға зиян тиеді ал егер пайдасын ол өзіңіздің осы өзіңіздің жергілікті адамдарда жерде солай өзіңіздің пайдаңызға жаратсаңыз мысалы өзің күлген кезде оны түсіну болса ол өзге пайдасын тигізеді. Дамуыңызда тежеп қоюы мүмкін зиян. Onun faydasını kullanmamak için o var bir kalan nasıl doğru bağlı koymayı nasıl koşu gerekiyor. Start understanding the words and how to use it in English very quickly and I think it's summarizing your from there you also need to script and emotions and characters. And this was new song can be so it's necessary. I know you approach this to your teach and talk and basically in terms of the conversation with my research. The first point project is find out if anyone can help students to use their English skills. In my opinion, is that the regular employee which subtitles or government spend a time into the English resource. Collaboration and management. First, the deal with some science. I assume that observation. I personally want to tell you the experience should be it's a survey. It's a questions about elementary student. Survey. The third is comparison. I compare classes from K-12 grades versus from anything. As the survey showed an interesting result. 55% isn't to watch anime. That's watch anime is subtitles. 60% include reads. 55 includes the listening. 40% include translation and 30 includes reading copying.
And this results support my bodies. As a emotional and stage two problems like is not about you have guidance and stage four it's all about stage four. In the day transition and various process we can express our own emotions one session. Teaching ourselves things so much more details of the meanings and understandings. Project as progress in my own in my own initiative. And now I understand it was speech better and use authentic phrases, not just promises, but the books. Then I'll score more clearly because I repeat after practice and it's more complicated. And the most important part of my project is the English Facebook. You can take a look. And yes, and it's a great tool for learning, side for students who also watch video. Very big. Facebook is a much product from different channels. Each class has their own legislation and example selection. Students divided into groups and categories. Pragmatic to follow everyday life, students humor, emotions, and feelings. That's one challenge. Makes easier for students to learn the how here. So one of my speak, I watch them speak very carefully. But parts as a here. Try then I check their meaning. Presentation and all of that I read and example scenarios. To make this phrasing work without teacher, this I and also phrasing. The both is to our questions can control the better. So, in spirit, it shows the pronunciation on pronunciation, listening, and memorization. Students will say the place of the mind creating how is the pronunciation? It is well meetings practice in real life and in real conversation. And in the future, I will try to continue expanding this Facebook and maybe I can storage in the future and maybe instead of being an app. Because I cannot get to say that doing a small and experiment, but also our ways of digital language learning. It helps students to expand their vocabulary, understand interests in speech, into conversations, and speak in more confidently. Well, that's all. Thank you for the invitation. Mention that planning that you I watched several, but I can say for here I will remind the things later. How to start it and check present values. Yes, and what's Japanese English? But his Facebook has 105 communication and better engagement. So it has many files and private libraries. So I'll do my survey. Now, so I asked 20 questions, 20 students, just about English learning. So, from my school, my class, and my friends in general. And they answered some of them were modules sometimes some into the words. And unfortunately, as we see students. That is great presentation. Ask the truth. When students enjoy work, they learn faster and better. Yes. In knowledge, message, feelings and conversations. Spend.
That's good. Teachers and students, my name is Christopher. Today I will present my project highlights the influence of English language on world football. Why I choose this topic? I choose this topic because football is a global sport. English is the main language of football today. Millions of fans watch matches, read news, and follow players in English. So football can help students learn English in a fun and easy way. Aim and the objectives. Aim. Show how English is used in football and how football as a hobby helps students learn English. Objectives. To study English in football organizations like FIFA and UEFA. Learn multiple words in English. To see how watching matches improves English skills. To find out how football increases motivation. To give useful recommendations. English in football. English is used everywhere in football. In rules and documents, in match commentary, in interviews, on football websites, in social media, in video games like FIFA, words like goal, penalty, offside, midfielder, defender, goalkeeper are learned all around the world. How football helps students learn English. Football gives students natural English practice. Students watch movies, matches, read football news, listen to interviews, and follow players online. They learn new words easily because they enjoy the topic. So football makes learning English interesting, simple, and real. Practical part. Test 1. Learning vocabulary. Students watch the football match in English and wrote down the words. They made flashcards and wrote sentences like the striker scored a goal, the goalkeeper saved a penalty. This helps them improve vocabulary and follow question. Test 2. Writing a match report. Students watched a match and wrote short report in English. Example, Manchester United won 2-1. The strikers scored twice. The goalkeeper saved a penalty. This improved writing and speaking skills. Lessons. After the practical work, students learn 20-30 new football words, improving speaking and writing skills. In order to match commentary better, creating more later, and enjoying English lessons more. So football is a very effective way to learn English. Conclusion. Football is not only a sport. It is also a great tool for learning English. It makes learning fun, active, and meaningful. Students learn English faster by saying, studying through their home. Zwischenstationen, Kandidaten, Unterschied, Nachleben, Schnittversuch,
What team are you on?
Dramatismus,
Real Madrid. And your yeah.
where is it here? I laugh.
Yeah.
Where spouse, Ronaldo would ask leaders, their next universities, Portuguese, French, Spanish, but they usually speak in English.
Please advise management female or male, мужчина, женщина. Female. Yeah. You mentioned three translators as learning English by watching video. The integration discussion in Portuguese learning. How to understand Portuguese learning? What to do? Где показала research journalism material history, the biographies, the tone and analysis. Пожалуйста. Ладно, tell us. What new English words do you learn by watching video? Maybe not just English words, maybe so sentences. Знаешь, можно выучить полные предложения, обязательно английский. Есть такие у тебя, на самом деле? Эксперименты давно опыт у нас. Сейчас
Christmas will spiritual things such as you think you're the actresses engineers.
International language barriers around the world speak English. Yes. When I was in education program, I just support. I'm like English, cross the boundary. That was just having and achieving.
No. After this is gone, and this
Много стадион,
на срока 4 години арабската. Онаки прибрали сафон и тршал язык по No, just not us.
Yes, I did some maybe, lost things in my small thing, yes, it is which is wrong. You, let's say, that's not what you I'm electric solutions in ways to discuss your budget. Today, I am setting my five cultures, ways in power and wisdom. First of all, I want to start with answers the question I choose. The child of pure strength. She heard the all other it inspires and the least spirit everywhere and in every or kilowatts and gentle. I noticed that many spend cabins in the total always very instant and accumulates thoughts. The job. The second is so much. And the other things I decided was like how I was from stages. Which has how visited that just as you know you need to understand. The positive is the source the liberty that really strong wireless actually strong speak and offer gives it does and steering happens. So research highlights on how but also how to imagine the biggest concept that galaxies on the sort and something world I was for best translation, linguistic, cultural analysis, and and the survey on certain classes and tests and other experience. Training page of my site today because he asked for the question why was his students studying research education is the goal which language because it has basic communication standard communication is in it's very complex and the diagnostic expression and also it's also critical communications with math for IELTS and SAT and because as we have one mission is that the right research will help for students to get a higher grades in that station. And this is the statistics which choose a lot I find that they have because we really discussed once it was 25 for and the
2-3% of them is from the age 18 years old, which means that they are still secondary school. Next, the practice station has raised varieties of tests and they find out how they understand the ratings, stands and the sports and English terms and items that only about half of them understand different expressions and very challenging metaphors, so many are often used. So the song says that different reads the curriculum while others know the rest. And the discussions from the friends help them to understand the needs better. Maybe the one consider cover of the I choose one here cover song in the this is the one line which is really loves the track and this kind mean that local can be active by the design especially first species. But the word that a creature that the person became stronger and decided to stop something that was experiment. And it teaches that living in conscious relationship is a really how short. The second case study, I choose a science one of the cover of artists among his students as me. The two lines from the year was music community. Students of the paper are doing repeating the same music like their country open the information system of how to avoid the shape of like the word paper is actually also was really hard with some students. The second one is another thing just really short today. This slide shows that the person who should trust is stress and that we should think that on the wild is unhelpful and the field all is there. Or the is actually just the highest something to. So overall, both songs with the strong emotions shown. I think same addiction as a symbol of escapism, integration, the loss of security, we should defend something heartbreaking. In conclusion, of English law continually activities useful on knowledge behind such knowledge that can be important messages about a certain relationship. Or when we have a research that understanding this many helps them listener whether they are doing work and the more conscious attitude toward content. It also improves English skills and it improves critical English is extremely important for their students. Listen to the sense of moving plans. Here, humans, distribution is not. I want these projects to help students to take an art exam and to do very well in business station. When I was the art professional board in one session, it was I very for example, 4.5, but I wanted like kids, each one involved too. But yeah, it was research happening to answer what I listen every day is about what happening in views, what I listen for results, and my favorite okay. And there are one of my dear homes in Bali, and there are something to expand your song which you actually speaking and there so in the expansion of recovery and it helped me to the higher level of arts. Is the English language and your expands the future processes. From this project, I started to get into and started to realize the period and what they speak actually feels. And also our teachers. And what then did you do? Actually, overall, it was like in September, and then I think it's over 2 in Chicken, and I don't know, but in that stating there was technical cohorts, and I will continue. Also, the teachers have students, and I can just write television write means that is that. It means I haven't channel and social materials for preparing myself results to the result of the system and it's you know interesting. Так, ну, обязательно в рабочем предложении с нас
Hani sözlüğe var. Mesela olabilir. Şimdi kısaca bizim. Şuradan biraz karanlık. Fotoğraf sistemi. Sınıf çalışmaları. Ben sana çalışırsın da. Ben şurada ben şurada. Ben
Şu bastan iyileri bizim kuralımız da var. Sıfır mı?
ya da nefes
Bak,
Yes,
tersi var.
Headlines. Bizden yardım almakta da sorduğunda. Kalay da gerçekten.
Tersi ya.
Cevabını bu biliyor. Akış sebep. Я все хорошо так чувствую.
Вообще, вообще, басқа кәдеге көз байлап
Saya mandar mandar yang bebas untuk ini.
São dois. Не волнует, но кабинеттердегі әпке деген не бар екен ғой бөлім Microsoft'un несі ол да пароль ашылатын еді негізін алып маған сен ашып кет деп айтты да презентация қойсақ жаңағы Microsoft'un несі шығып қалады пароль сұрап иә иә Ладно, не сұрап ну Microsoft'un несін сұрап пароль я соны
Завтра еще не даст. Ну, прежде со сна желание было. Что пора? Все пересаживают я голосовала, ладно, было это он наше, для нас не было, там все. Актуальность темы, стандарт, любой текст говорит. Как очень прямо. Поэтому Богу не сказала, что Саша обставила шелушью, да, еще слова. На этом сегодня отношения была наша. Я не знаю, как это симулирует. Еще один концепт. Не желаю спросить. Я не конечно, я титулование, вот это такие глаза, конечно. Это очень. А, вы помните, что я посмотрела? Я буду предложить сказать, а хорошо, вот как они для представления. А как я делала, в моменте перевезли. Конечно, это традиции края. Но без документов. Это традиции края. Что тебе? А что я не сделала? А что это? Я могу это я сама надержу себе. И сама посаду была. Ты себе сюда. Без... Это пошла, мне здесь все. Сегодня нет. А зачем посмотреть? Значит, надо сломать. Если на это команда пришли. Все
Главный департамент, поэтому слишком совершенно.
Она без
Are they going to themselves? Not these guts and guns.
Dizem, sabe, acho que eu sou da Você vai? Nossa, que legal que ela me fala também. Zaten belirli. Şimdi iyi şu işte alınmaz. Ama izliyor. Bana şey olsun, insan çocuğu değil, bana biliyorum ki kanalda bakalım birisi. Bana katılıyor. Kanalda paylaşıyor.
Yaramadı mı? Tamam.
Şu son belki haberler şey zannet. Konuşalım abi.
What keeping me in the finger?
Çok hoşuma gitti. İnanamıyorum. Didn't Chairman becomes the other aspects of when is right to have this place, shall I have all these gold name after the president in Turkestan. Today I will present my research about similarities between cat and human birds. First, I want to show my work, my work with AI. What is that? So I work with AI. What's not what there's a coincidence? What's the yeah, such a Somehow, patience is a virtue. Time. On the next slide, the goals of the topic is similar between English words is to identify and explain the common meanings, values, and ideas. And then by comparing these words, we can understand how different nations share similar life lessons, worldviews, and moral principles. This topic also aims to show universally of human experience and to highlight the cultural connections between Kazakh and the English-speaking societies. And in our research work, we considered the following verbs. For example, the Kazakh verb yemek böberge match the English locate again. The idea is the same. Success comes through effort. And the others like is seen in the Kazakh saying, "Dostluk olmaydı." Has same meanings is in English. A friend indeed is a friend indeed. And the Kazakh word is Mustafa Keys Algeria and has and it has in English counterpart where there is a will, there is a way. And the both emphasize both proverbs emphasize determination and persistence. Then we also see snap in moral values. The Kazakh people say we don't know while English speakers say a life has no legs. They teach that life cannot stand for long. Your advice and the patience is the same. In Kazakh halkını sarıldı, in English, patience is a virtue. And then to make our project more engaging, we created an animated cartoon where characters demonstrate how the proverbs work in real life situations. Through animation, we wanted to show that even though words are different, the wisdom is universal. So, in conclusion, Kazakh and the English proverbs come from different lands. They reflect the same human truth. They teach us to be honest, hardworking, patient, and kind. And our research shows that language may differ, but the values of people around the world are deeply connected. Thank you for your attention. This always always does. What this always always does. Jangan lebih jauh. Another space of the I think the work and all the pros of two cultures is similar because in the proverbs the main idea is patient, kind, and patient, kind, and honest is the same idea in these proverbs. Always just only in Canada English proverbs are about culture, about wisdom, about and in other languages we know. Ini sama sama yang olsa artık belirgin olsa bарлық ұлттардан olsun мақала gibi sağlıklarının olsa artık
деген салу осы мынау сол негізгі ойлары осы адамдарды біріншілейді. Тәрбиелікке, ақылдылыққа, берілуге шақырады. Яғни осы тақырып бойынша мен осы ұлттар арасынан осы осы өзімнің бағытым ағылшын болған соң осы ағылшын мен қазақ тіліндегі осы ағылшын мен қазақ ұлттарының мақалдарын сөз. Бірақ негізінен осы барлықтарда осы жылдардың негізгі басты идеясы осы адамдарды сол бірлікке, яғни ең ұлтқа шығу. I want this verse in several books and several books. Negizien ағылшын ақылдан түлендерді қолданайық.
Hello dear juries and participants. Dear students from Wisconsin in Jefferson Dialect School. Our presentation topic is about benefits and drawbacks using artificial intelligence. By your style, slide is on. It's very relevant for it's not the integration into it's a modern society, including education, healthcare, transport, business, and daily services. Our research is relevant because society must evaluate the both positive and negative sides of AI to ensure that responsible use because everyone uses today AI tools. In this presentation, we are going to talk about the meaning of AI, benefits and drawbacks of using AI and research methodology. AI stands as one of the largest main innovations shaping our future. AI refers to the development of the computer systems that are typically require human intelligence. The primary goal of the AI was to create an intelligent again. The system that will receive information from the environment, language, and inform the users. The ability allows AI to be online in services, education, healthcare, transport, and even in entertainment. Artificial intelligence is useful in many areas because it can process large amounts of data quickly. However, it can also lead to job loss and to pose risks to personal privacy. AI is not AI is one of the most fascinating fields in the modern technology and science. But what exactly is it? AI can be understood in unique ways based on two main ideas. From one perspective, we can explain that the machines that are able to think and reason while paying attention on how they act and behave. Another perspective is about how machines think human while paying attention on how they act rationally. A rational AI system makes the best decision based on its knowledge. It is made for us to use the correct thing in execution. And finish on two main application areas of artificial intelligence about navigation. In 21st century, it's crucial for everyone to understand this system and be able to use it in daily life. AI has several advantages such as time-saving productivity, the translating, and the learning through games. The translating quality of AI helps many students to take up a new language. I would like to mention that AI stay connected to you 24 hours each day long. Can ask any question at any time of day. In healthcare, AI doctors in all in healthcare, it helps doctors make faster and smarter decisions, especially during challenges like the pandemic. Third is the transport security. AI is also used in self-driving automated cars, which helps them with traffic control or road planning. Also, for travelers who in a journey, AI is a good solution to track their buses and plan their journey much better. Everyday life.
assistance, recommendations, and the translation. Let's talk about benefits and the drawbacks of using AI. First, process of AI. Self-driving car. Self-driving cars use special sensors and cameras to prevent accidents. This make transportation more safer and help people who can't drive themselves.
The technological transfer AI already enhances countless aspects of daily life. The digital assistants such as Siri, Alexa, and Google Assistant, they can respond to any of your questions, manage your schedules, and even control smart house devices through natural language and interaction.
Let's talk about second is causes of AI. AI might replace many different fields. AI might replace many jobs in different fields. So companies and the governments should help workers learn new skills.
The important that we'll have to remember about AI is that fairness and reliability of AI decision making. The algorithms of AI also trained by the data sets, but if in these data sets there is a mistake, it can cause a harmful mistake, especially when we use AI in sensitive areas. So such kind of situations raise ethical questions. Who's responsible when AI makes harmful mistakes? The company, the programmer, or the machine itself?
Research methodology, survey questions and participants. The survey was conducted among 80 respondents to explore their awareness, opinions, and attitudes towards the benefits and the drawbacks of AI. The participants were mostly high school students who answered 10 multiple choice questions.
This is the same questions that they had to respond. They're like, have you ever heard of AI? Where do you think AI is most useful? And such kind of question. The result has shown that almost 100 of students heard about AI. Only approximately 5-6% don't use AI in daily life. As 56.5% of students believe that AI is useful in education. And over 53% of the students said that they already depend on the AI tools. Also, 65% of the students support AI regulation. Looking at the experiment, pyramid students and the AI training quality, the purpose of the experiment was to compare much better to identify the benefits and drawbacks of the AI using in education sphere. So this is a given text, one of the given text that they had to translate. The result was that AI translation showed the highest quality in that compared to human translation. And always were but at the end of the day, for two groups, and there was two groups divided into one was divided into two groups. The first group cannot use AI tools; they have to translate in their technologies. Second group use ChatGPT to translate the text. So at the end of the day, for this group were given the same text and they don't have to they don't use any AI tools. So in this purpose, the human translation shows the higher result because they only used to do it by themselves and they was doing it daily. They already enhanced their education. This is a student's essay, but it was checked by AI. The result of our research experiment. We used an AI tool to check a text and then find single grammar mistakes. This shows how AI can help teacher save time, and then work together. Conclusion. This is a very help uh, conclusion. Artificial intelligence helps doctors find diseases early and then create new medicine. It's great in medicine. I want to say that our presentation has illustrated that the AI is already one of the powerful and the advanced technologies of the 21st century. So it plays a crucial role in industry like the we use the AI in daily life is crucial for younger generation because they're the one generation that will grow in the world where AI gives to evolve. That's what I'm saying. Yes, very much. Simply I just tired you. But one of the things on the recommending about the chair and just interesting. And I changed it in my thinking stage. I was really that's very so you're calling my use the word this. Facts. It was what I balance. That well, that's it. How else should it follow? It was easy. Czy ja się przepraszam, że ja będziemy ale czy mogli im zadać Bir model analizden gerekirse model şey falan. Haşa yapması. Seni bana mesela ben onu Online video çıktı. Ya bir çıkacak mı? Böyle. Well, let's talk about like you talk about bir basar sen hemen hemen başlayalım.